Hi, folks. Welcome to Drinking with Andrew. I'm your host, Andrew. I'm a part-time eBay reseller, part-time Depop seller, man who's just washed his hair and really should have brushed it before coming live, mental health advocate, supporter, promoter, haven't decided on the right word for that yet, man who gets drunk on the internet. Yeah, not much more to say, really. For those of you new to the channel, basically, Drinking with Andrew is where I get drunk live on the internet, have a few guests along. We talk about anything and everything, not just reselling focus, but just life in general. It's just an environment to sit back, have a chill, relax on a Friday. And quite often there's usually a bit of controversy or carnage as well. Looks like we've got a few people in the chat already. Thanks for joining us. I say us because the dog is somewhere. I don't know where. Lana's was first in the chat. Welcome, Lana. Shane's in. Hi, Shane. Zane's here. Hi, Zane. Tracy's here. She's been looking for a few minutes before she's got it. Are you literally running? Are you following through on the exercise promise? I hope you are. Hi, Chris. Chris is in. Lovely Near's in. Hi, Near. John's here at Yes Lad Media. Hey, John. Probably people don't know that's what the YLM stands for anymore. It's been a while since it changed. The Dave's in. Hi, Dave. I'm assuming your name's Dave. It might not be. But yeah, I've got a super chat. We'll come to that. Stephen's in. Stephen Hunt, welcome. Pete's in. Hi, Pete. We've got Terry in. Terry Baker, welcome, Terry. DV Resales. Damien is back from the dead, like a Lazarus reseller. Welcome back, Damien. We've got Peter singing. Welcome, Peter. I think this is your second drink with Andrew, if I'm right. Rebecca's in. Hi, Rebecca. Jerry's in. Hi, Jerry. Good morning to you over there. Ali's in. Happy birthday, Ali. This stream is, of course, in honor of Ali's birthday. She is, in fact, 29 plus a few years today. So welcome, Ali. Mr. P's in. Hi, Mr. P, all the way from America. Tommy's in. Hey, Tommy. Richard Payne's popped in. Welcome, Richard. Cookie, for God's sake, Chris. Chris is popping in briefly, but he'd like to point out that there are other streams on tonight. Yes, I believe there are. I was watching it for a bit earlier. Lisa's in. Hi, Lisa. Lucas is here. He's dropped in a super chat. Thank you for that. For those of you who don't know who Lucas is, he's part of the award. He's one half of the award-winning Money Mental UK accountancy team, alongside his future wife. Apparently, I have to say that, otherwise she'll kill me. You know, she's a very violent person. And yeah, Lucas got a nice shout out in the group. I thought it was well deserved, to be honest. I've been watching Lucas for a while on his YouTube, and I've been seeing how he interacts with people in the community, and he's always, without fail, giving people top advice on their accounting issues and whatever, without, you know, any asking for anything in return. So I felt that deserved recognition, and so it was given. Oh, my Facebook's going mental as well. Right. Lisa Season. Hey, Lisa, how are you? I hope you're well. Aaron's in. Hi, Aaron. We've got Olivia in. Welcome, Olivia. Stephen's in. Welcome, Steve. Neil's in. That's Channel NEM. Welcome. I still can't manage to catch Neil live because bloody Carbeat Chris always overruns. The lovely Jessica's in. Beautiful Jessica. Welcome, Jessica. Green Bear Peaks. GPP's in. Launders Loft is in here. I can't keep up. Gorgeous Gina's in. Hey, Gina, I've missed you. Not seen you for a bit. I hope you're keeping well. John's here. Welcome, John. Even though Chris, controversial one. Ali is indeed 29 plus several now. You share your birthday with Stu Mandry's future wife as well. I think I've already mentioned that. They've been together 31 years, still not married. I was told that this morning. She sent me her idea of a birthday present was sending me a friend request. Who's on that can compare with Andrew? John's in. Hey, John. Former Salty Dog Picker. Can we chat about making tax digital? It says the other half of the award-winning MMUK accountancy team. Let's give a big hand to. I can't even bloody get this down on there. StreamYard. Let's give a big hand to Mrs. Lucas. There she is. I believe that's Lucas in a YouTube picture. She's very bad at updating pictures. So yeah, and I believe Lucas is live with George Ross at some point this week. We've got to discuss that yet. What else have we got? How far am I? Nearly there. I've already taken away tonight. I will be. It's my mother's birthday tomorrow, as she's reminded me every day this week, and I'm still going to forget tomorrow. So I won't get a bargain bucket tonight because I only want something I can eat in one course tonight because I'll be at hers tomorrow. She's my bubble partner, and I'll be treating her to a takeaway tomorrow night. She wants some fish and chips, so that's tomorrow's plan. So I won't be around on YouTube much tomorrow. Oh, got another super chat coming in. Thank you, Chrissy, for that. Buy a KFC bucket. We've discussed this. It's not happening. Until about 11ish, just doing aid and be late. I will try and pop in at some point and say hello. I'm usually sexting at that time though, so I might be a bit horny. Jimmy's popped in. Hi, Jimmy. Let's trot us into eBay Traders / Jimmy's Place 2021. I can't keep up with these name changes, Jimmy. It's like, you know, we need to like pick one. No, it's not awkward. How far am I? I still can't get to the bottom of this, let alone the Facebook's going mental. Aquarians. Nia's an Aquarian as well. Nia's birthday yesterday, was it? I did wish her happy birthday. I think it was yesterday. I can see if there are any local restaurants and I'd just eat that. I'll get Just Eat up in a bit, order the takeaway. Don't forget to mention a big live on Sunday. This is very true. So on Sunday, I think 1 p.m. we agreed on. I've got to set my alarm for that as well. Like, this is going to remind me on Saturday night to set my alarm. 1 p.m. over on Cooking Hayden's YouTube channel, Car Boot Chris. I am doing, since God knows when, like, I am returning to doing YouTube collaborations. I've not done one for a very long time after Millionaire Gate. I just refused to do him, but I was chatting to Car Boot Chris the other day, and I was like, I think it's time to start doing collaborations again. So we're going to do like probably a monthly thing where we talk about various different reselling subjects. First one we're going to talk about is buying from wholesalers at 1 p.m. on Chris's channel on Sunday, which is Cooking Hayden's. I think I mentioned that because I know at the minute, you know, part of the conversation we were having was about, you know, obviously people are struggling for stock at the minute. So we thought we would share some of our experiences of buying wholesale, particularly in the clothing arena, because, you know, Chris got me into clothing. So, you know, it's his fault, really, that I now have like 300 or 400 kilos of clothing in the backlog. So we thought it'd be good to share some of our experiences. You know, we won't necessarily be talking about who we buy from, etc., because it's important to like find your own sort of wholesalers and what works for you. I think we give our recommendations. Like, you have a bad experience with it, it's partly our fault at then. So, but we will share our experiences overall and hopefully help, bit of advice and guidance in that regard. Terry's halfway through Creative Thatcher's Hayes. Good man, Terry. How far down are we? LGG saying, Jason, don't worry, I will be ordering some food soon. Might not be KFC. We'll see what other options there are in. Don's popped in from Leeds. Welcome, Don. Rebecca says, happy birthday to Ali and tomorrow for Andrew's mum. Thank you, Rebecca, and happy birthday to Nia for yesterday as well. Mr. Sprouts popped in. We've got Nick Hills. That's a new name on me. I think he's new to YouTube. give him a subscribe. He's only got about 50,000 subscribers, so definitely needs some more. True, I did do a collaboration. Yeah, Tommy's right. I did do a collaboration with Tommy and Tracy on New Year's Eve. That's our tradition. Well, I say tradition. It's like the second one we've done, but like that's we've known each other for over a year and still survived. So yeah, that is right. Actually, I did do a comeback appearance for New Year's Eve. So it's my first non-special occasion comeback appearance. There we go. Heron still can't bring himself to do clothes. I don't, to be honest, like I resisted doing clothing for the longest time ever. Like when I first set up my eBay store, the original name for it before I settled on the Money Mental Emporium was Money Mental Clothes and Curios. And I was like, I was going to become a big time clothing seller, but I didn't have a clue what I was doing. Like measurements, taking pictures, all of that stuff just like didn't happen. And so I did really badly. And I was like, do you know what? I'm not selling clothes. This isn't for me. But I come back to it and I'm better at it than I used to be now. I take much better pictures and put more effort into it and stuff. And it works well now. I sell clothes all the time, which is good. I was back on 69, was I? I missed that. Jamie's in. Hey, Jamie. Who was chatting before on the comments, I think. Richard's in. Hey, Richard. That's Night's Life. I definitely give Night's Life a subscribe if you haven't as well, folks. He does some good content, and he's got he's heavily into the sort of the film and sort of TV prop industry as well. It's just interesting listening to some of Richard's experiences. And he's a valued member of the cult. I look forward to that chat. Yeah, I might not have had it. I don't know. It's like the thing is, like, so many, even now, like, I get so many messages I can't keep up. Like somebody was talking to me the other day, and I could have sworn blind I'd never spoken to them in my life. Turned out we've been corresponding for about 6 months. So yeah, that went down well, and it was a lady. So yeah. Whoops. Damien, yeah, it's good to see Damien DB Resells back as well. He's been away from the community for a bit, but he's back now, and he's released a video just going into some of the which is good watching. It's interesting to hear Damien talk so openly about some of the mental health battles that he's been experiencing as well, which it takes a lot for people to do that and share that, especially publicly. So that deserves a lot of respect. So yeah, it was good to see that. He did bang on for a bit in it, mind. Basically after the first couple of minutes, you don't need to watch anymore. But it definitely. I watched the full 4 minutes 32 seconds. To help get his watch time back up, but yeah, he was gone. He's back again now. Don't overstretch yourself on it this time, Damien. Take breaks when you need to. It's fine. You're not going to bloody miss out on anything. Just more controversy and drama, but there's always more of that anyway. How far have I got? I'm still nowhere near down the chat. Derek's picture. Oh, right. Let's not mention that mixed grill, Nick. But for those of you who don't know, right, now we know Nick is no stranger to controversy. He sells broken board games all the time. He steals old men's shoes. So I was aware that he was a controversial character the first time I met Nick Hills in person, but I didn't realise the levels that he would stoop to. We sat down opposite each other, having a good chat. Both ordered some food. I turned my back for a second, folks. He's tucked it into my bloody mixed grill. Unbelievable. Stole me mixed grill. He hadn't even ordered a mixed grill. Shocking. That's my first time I met him as well. Not left a good impression, I'm afraid, there with, but what can you do? I still still tolerate his presence. 3072. Yeah, we're not like, you know, we might talk about that later. Just explain some of like what I've done, but you know, it's not anything personal to anyone really. Well, maybe it is, but yeah. Chris has just sold a £60 cycling jersey. You know, like I have. Oh, I have sold cycling jerseys myself in the past. Like I saw, you know, you see people doing well with something, you're going to give it a try, and they have made me some good money. I picked up some at the car boots in the summer, like a fiver each, which to me was like quite high for spending on a piece of clothing at a car boot, but they sold for like 35 quid each. So, you know, and that was down to Chris. So, you know, you got to thank him there for sharing his experiences of doing that and encouraging others. And he's obviously not done there any harm in doing so because he bloody sold them for 60 quid. So yeah, Christ, I'm being polite tonight. Why have I been polite? What's wrong with me? Right, let's catch up close. Too controversial for me. I went sourcing in Bridgnorth with Richard Payne, like, was it a year and a half ago now that we did that or something? And I did persuade him to buy some clothes then. I think he listed them. I think so. I haven't listed still everything that we picked up on that trip. The stuff I have listed, I've sold really good profit. I've like made a fair bit of money on that trip, but literally filled the car. It's definitely a good place to go. Thanks for the sausage. Unbelievable. Tell you a native feedback. Wow. I tell you. Yeah, I was indeed robbed on the listing. Right. Top tip. If you're going to do a listing challenge, right, listing, unless you're me, is definitely cheating. And you can't be like, you know, pulling down plumbing parts that you've had in the loft for a few years and then put them on yourself and then decide to pick that week to list them, you know. I mean, I was stuck listing bloody clothes. But yeah, that was not my best performance. But honestly, I'm just like knackered these days. Work is just super intense. So I don't like have as much energy to do stuff like eBay as I did. And yeah, it's just like not, because for those who don't know, like I don't like talk about work too much because they don't like it, but I sort of work as part of the government's COVID-19 task force. So as you can imagine, it's pretty intense stuff at times. So it is burning me out a bit in a minute, but got a week off coming up soon, so we'll get back to it. Myra's popped in. Not seen you for a while, Myra. I hope you're well. That's buying space. For those who don't know, would you, for fuck's sake, right? You know, you can go off. You can go off people, Chrissy. You know. Do still have some clothes from that trip. Andrew, I know you're busy, crazy busy at the moment. You look full time job and reselling, and trying to do some mental health content. The thing with doing mental health content is there's two things around it. Like, I've got to be in the headspace to do it, and basically the headspace for me to do that is for me to be feeling mentally ill and, you know, like really sort of bad and rough. And I don't at the minute, so I like, it's difficult because I like my mental health content to be like, you know, speaking from experience and how I'm feeling at the minute, because I find that encourages other people to talk and open up as well. And I found that if I'm not in that space and I'm doing it, it's a lot harder to get that conversation going and to talk about it. So I'll try and see if I can do something, but I've tried a couple of times. It's been bloody terrible. So I don't know. I'll think on that one. Where are we? but yeah, fully appreciate the point there. It's just and the other thing is as well, like it is the content that gets me the most trolls and the most abuse from people. So with me being in a good headspace at the minute, I don't really want to do something that would bring that down. So that's the other thing as well. Like, you know, I shouldn't be scared of that or anything, but it does have it does get to you sometimes. So I need to think about that. But you know, see what we can do. There might be something I can do in that regard. I'll certainly think about it. Saving the world, doing a listing challenge. Just the nation, Steve. Just the nation. Not the world. You know. I'm not that egotistical. I'm just, you know, unless I win the award I've been nominated for, in which case I'm going to be the greatest person in the world. Chop, busy, work, bang, bang says, thank you, Andrew, for being the nation's saviour. My pleasure. Adrian, Mr. Diggs has popped in. We need to get Adrian back doing some YouTube videos as well. It's been a while, Adrian. I know that things have not been easy for you of late, but I'm sure many people would love to see you back doing some YouTube videos when you feel you know, up to it. You know, you are missed in that regard by your subscribers. Right, okay, let's not mention bloody bingo gate either, for Christ's sake. Like, I went to the bingo, like this wasn't long after I'd first met Steve and Lana. Like, I think it was only like a couple of weeks later or something, and they invited me to their town where they live to go and do bingo. Like, it's great, you know, because, you know, what do you do to a man who's got a gambling addiction? You invite him to freaking bingo, which is a form of gambling. But I don't have issues with bingo. So yeah, I went to it like the first time I went there, and it was like the most anxiety-inducing experience of my life. And I've been through quite a few, you know. I've been like suicidal at times, and this was fucking topped all of them, because Steve in his infinite wisdom was like, oh yeah, we'll get some dabbers and we'll do it with the freaking dabbers. Well, every other fucker in there had a tablet that automatically, as soon as a number was called, would, you know, pick the number on screen for you, so you'd have to do fuck all. We have to there go bloody dabbing in it. I can't keep up with this bloody bingo announcer because he's going quick, because, you know, everyone's using a computer-aided device. They don't need to fucking worry about dabbing. Oh, it was awful. Just like bam, 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 like that. Oh, terrible. So, you know, obviously I was a bit flustered. You know, I go and order a burger and chips for me tea. Get it. They forget to ask me to pay. Not my fault. I sit down. I'm being chased all around the freaking bingo hall by people for money. You know, what do they expect? Richard is actually going to list some of his clothing tonight. Myra's in the hospital and can't walk, had an accident at home. I'm sorry to hear that, Myra. I hope you're recovering, or your recovery is going okay there. And that's you know, that you're on the mend, so to speak. But yeah, very, very sorry to hear that. Where else are we going? Sin. It's a sin. This is the new Russell T Davies series, isn't it? I like Russell T Davies. Chrissy's been trying to get me to watch it, right? Because like I don't watch TV, and but every time she describes it, no, it's like sad, and then it's like, oh, it's good, it's sad, and I'm like, for God's sake, you know. So I haven't watched it yet. I don't know. What do I think of Nick being a sex symbol now? Is he a sex symbol? Welcome, Kevin, by the way. Are you a sex symbol now, Nick? You probably want to ask Andrew how she feels about that, to be honest. Yeah, hey, Kez, all the way from Liverpool. Must be bloody freezing there. I remember doing Liverpool in the winter when I was a student. It was the freaking coldest winter I've ever experienced in my life. It's absolutely Baltic. And the only colder place I found on Earth since then is Preston train station, which is yeah, Baltic. Yeah, I thought it would be. Yeah, it's just like, it's bizarre, like just how frigging cold it is there. Right, I'm going to order a takeaway because I'm hungry. I've no idea where the dog is. He's just gone. Doesn't want to be around us. Nicola's popped in the chat. Nick got many chat up lines. Oh, was that what Miss Awesome was doing? Because like I could see stuff going on there, but that was like before I joined. Susan, her name's Nicola. Ian's popped in. Hurricane Ian, welcome, Ian. So yeah, right. Let's get a Just Eat. Also, right, we've got 86 people watching. Don't be shy. Feel free to say hi. It's a friendly and safe space. For fuck's sake, there's no 50% discount code. And right, that cluck chick 23 is not what your future wife sent me earlier, because she sent me cluck 56. So you know, you've got to be you know, consistent on these discount codes. You know, you've got to get the story right before you bloody come in with them. Come to Queensbury. It snows in June. Where's Queensbury there? Because there's that presumably is where Queensbury Rules comes from. Sharon's in. Hey Sharon. Lucas is getting shouted at now for getting the discount code wrong. Andrew's got two husbands. The other one is called Jeff. Right. Okay. Let's get Just Eat open, shall we? Might pop in later to watch Drunk Andrew argue with Rob. Should come live later if you want. You're more than welcome. You know that. I'm going to order me food and then I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join. But I don't want to be. Well, actually, I'm just seeing what this is. Green peas between Bradford and Halifax. I had a feeling it was Yorkshire. There we go. That's a bit better. Yeah, I don't want to be like ordering food while I've got guests on because it'll distract from me focusing on the chat with the guests. So yeah, I haven't ordered yet, but here we go. Just Eat. Is this like the right website? I'm just going to go type in Just Eat. There we go. justeat.co.uk. Right. Hopefully I've got the actually remember to do the screen share. I have. Do you have airtime rewards cashback? I don't. But that has reminded me I need to go via Top Cashback. No, people have. I think it was Emma Hamilton from the Amazon Dream was telling me about airtime rewards, but she's a very beautiful lady, so I was distracted by her beauty and didn't really understand what she was saying. Right, I put my postcode in. What am I doing? I didn't really understand what she was saying to me. I thought it was something to do with mobile phones, rather than like card purchases. But does it work with like the crappy basic account debit card that I've got? Because nothing ever works with that. Like I'm surprised it doesn't even have like contactless as an option on it. Right, Just Eat. Here we go. Go on Just Eat. Get cash back now. You're saying I'm not beautiful. I can't see you when you're typing in the chat. Hi, Michael. How are you? Am I your mum? You are indeed very beautiful, but fortunately, when you're typing in the chat, less of a distraction. Yeah, saved that one, didn't I, folks? Brilliant. Awesome. Right. Bulkwin. I'm not bloody Bulkwin. That, by the way, is Bulkwin, which is the highest village in Wales, and it's not where I am. So we've got a choice of restaurants here. Flame, Maris Kebab and Pizza. Right, they're both just awful. McDonald's, Burger King, Evelyn fish bar, we're in fish bar tomorrow. Fish chips tomorrow. KFC, Pizza Hut, Sizzle Takeaway, Dylan Kebab House, Sakura, Village Spice, Pizza Palace, Eastern Touch. Oh, the smoke shed's on there. That's never on there, so I might order that. Yeah, I'm going to go with the smoke shed. Delivery now. Right. Oh, the mixed grill's unavailable. Unbelievable. Oh, unavailable. They've got dogs, pork sausage served in a roll with fries. So there's a double pig dog, a chili dog. Shedzilla's unavailable. That's topped with onion rings. We can't have that. To the burgers. Yeah, they come with fries. Bloody bacon and onion rings. Big one, 2 beef burgers and cheese. Bacon. I don't want bacon. What's a double chicken, bad boy? Right, it doesn't say. Kids menu, wings, pimp your fries, bloody hell, alcohol, nachos. I've got family meal deals, which we don't need. Do I get a hot dog? What's a ranch burger? Don't know what a ranch burger is. Descriptions just aren't great. Do I go for it? No ribs. I really wanted a mixed grill. 8-ounce rump steak. Yeah, I'm going to go for a double pig dog. Add that to the order. I've got to spend another 50p for delivery. Oh, for Christ's sake. Shall I get some wings? Get 6 wings. Or pimp your fries. Chili beef is going to have onions in, isn't it? Cheeseburger. Sweet chili chicken. Cheesy fries. I might put some wings on it. 6 wings. With what sauce shall I go? I'll go piri piri sauce. Add to order. Bloody hell. £18. Spend £9.50 more to get 15% off. Oh, should I go for some pinky fries? Cheesy fries. £22.50. I've got to spend £5.50 more. Could get some nachos. Oh, the sides. Oh, it's all right. Okay. So I don't need to order the 6 wings. So I can just go 3 chicken wings. Add to order. Let's take the cheesy fries off. I've got Donna's. 3 chicken wings, double. Should I get some fries on top? Gonna have. Right, that's what we got there. Chicken wings, double pig dog, and I'm going to get some fries as well, some cheesy fries, I think. Or should I get some nachos? All right, we're going to put it to the vote. We're going to have our first vote. Vote 1 for me to order some nachos. Vote 2 for me to order some fries. What should I order? Michael reckons nachos. Remember, vote 1 for nachos, vote 2 for fries. So we've got right. No, not onion rings. Right. Fries. Oh, freaking hell! I can't keep up. Fries. 1. It comes with fries. 1. Okay. Is there anyone? Lucas, I need your accountancy brain to count how many votes there are. Sally Kelly's in. I need my award-winning accountancy team to count what the votes are, because I've got I shouldn't have done this. It's 46% for nachos, 54% for 56% for right. No, but that doesn't add to 100%. Right, we're going to go for some cheesy fries then. We're going to go for some cheesy fries because they're cheaper than the nachos, and I'm tight. I know it comes with fries already, but stuff it. Right, I'm just going to take the screen share off when I go to payment, because I don't want to put my card details on the screen, because you'll all start charging crap to my card. Go to payment. Oh, 50p service charge as well. Rip off. Awaiting confirmation. So hopefully that'll come through. Right. Do. I scroll right back up. Just ordered a lot. My order is confirmed. Bingo. Right, I was having a cold beer. I did not say you're not beautiful. Right. Burger or a pizza. FC UK. Yeah, no, it's awful. It's like basically like one of those takeaways that you would go to only at 2 o'clock in the morning when you were too drunk to care what you ate. Basically, most of the takeaways on that list are those. The Smoke Shed's a really good place. Definitely not onions. Carlo B's popped in. Hi, Carl. Yeah, I wanted the ribs, but they haven't got any. No mixed grills or anything. Like, that's probably why they're actually available to order from, because they're normally booked up by now. Definitely not getting this top quality content elsewhere. Right, Grantley's in as well. Hey, Grantley. Not see you about for a while. I hope you're okay. TD's in. Mandy's in. Sorry, Mandy, if I've not said hello. I've not dropped you a message for a while. Sorry, I just don't have time to do half of what I want. These names, so many foods, so when it comes, it'll be a complete surprise. Hey, Ashley. Pleasure to see you too. By Sal Repeats in. Hello. Now, I know that name. I should know who you are, shouldn't I? I've forgotten. Apologies. I can only file when all my clients have been filled. Well then, Lucas, we're doing well here. Have you done? Chrissy said that you were doing her tax return as well. Where are we? Hi, Sean. You should always have a drink. Hey, James, and Mrs. Tonks as well. There's Stu Mandry. Hello to Stu's future wife, and happy birthday to Sam as well. That's her name, by the way, folks. I should drop a link in the chat, really, shouldn't I? I don't know if I said hello to PW either. I remember when I first started doing YouTube, my aim was to be as big as Peter Ray. So there you go. Thought if I could do as well as Peter, I'm doing well. Did mine. I may even think about QuickBooks. Yeah, so like, there's definitely a good reason to move to something like QuickBooks, or dare I say it, Xero. Lucas probably have a heart attack now, or Sage, or any of the other things. In that, making tax digital is coming. So at some point, you're going to need something like that to be able to submit your tax return online. So it's like a case of, it's probably worth adopting it fairly early so that you're used to it and you don't like cock things up when it becomes mandatory. I am not in any way qualified to give financial advice, by the way, so just sharing my entire personal opinion before we go on that. But yeah, it's I would definitely say it's worth exploring some of that just to be prepared for the future. I've now surpassed, like, nobody could surpass you, Peter. You're unsurpassable. Yeah, links in the chat if anyone wants to come live and join. More than welcome to. I have not what was I going to say? I have not planned anything at all for tonight, as always. Trying to find like a decent picture to send to my friend who's asking about taking. There we go. That'll do. Hello, Tom. Yeah, indeed, lots of love streams. I do a love stream. I would love to do a love stream. Unfortunately, I've not met anyone that's willing to do one with me yet. Yes, Peter is uploading a video tomorrow. I believe Peter is joining the controversy around doing unboxing videos from wholesalers. He's doing one himself tomorrow, which he'll be premiering. I've tried to persuade him to do it like at a time when I'm going to be awake, but I don't think he's taking my feedback on board. Nad's popped in. Welcome, Nad. That's my allotment diary. Is Derek popped in? Sorry, I've missed Derek. Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah. I found him when I was on Space Muffins. Sam's Adventures. Hello, Sam's Adventures. You've got a spanner. You've changed your name. You've definitely changed your name. It's Phil in as well. I've not seen. Oh, I can't bloody keep up with this chat. Where's Phil? I can't see Phil. 11ish. Jesus Christ, only far too hungover to be awake then. Any drama yet? The biggest drama so far has been me deciding whether to have nachos or chips on my takeaway order. Yeah, there's Phil. Yeah, Sean Salote. I've not seen you in the chat, so apologies for missing you there, Phil. Fed up of being called. So I was wondering if it was you. I like reselling Polly though, because I liked because it was like enigmatic. It was mysterious because it wasn't like your actual name. So yeah, there you go. Sam's Adventures turns out to be reselling Polly. I got a box of stuff that Sam sent me, which I still to this day, apologies, I haven't yet opened it. Really need to do that. Doing my tax return and no cider left. James, where's James? Oh, he's there. I wonder who. Future stream title. Oh, what have you done? What we got breaking news that France is to close borders to all countries outside of the UK, outside of the European Union, apparently. So that's us. So that's basically going to kill Eurostar on the Channel Tunnel. Or are they going to allow freighting? Don't know. Got your booby prize today. What was the booby prize? Because he didn't reveal it on the stream. My tax return last May. I did mine in June. So like, I did my tax return in like June or July, and then like a few weeks later, I managed to like delete 3 months worth of income from QuickBooks, which is why I am no longer allowed to touch my own accounts. But it was like, you know, thank God I'd already done the tax return, so you know, otherwise it would have been slightly more stressful for me than it was. I say stressful for me, not really stressful for me. It's stressful for the people who have to pick up my mess. Yes, what was the booby prize? I want to know what the booby prize was. I nearly entered the raffle, but I'm just too tight to pay money. You have my own spreadsheet now. Yeah, but you'll have to go back to QuickBooks soon enough. I think though, like from what I've seen, like the self-employed app, I know a lot of people use that, but it doesn't cope when you start getting like quite a lot of transactions. It doesn't cope well. The actual proper like full fat QuickBooks does a lot better with the sort of volume of transactions coming through. So I'm on full fat QuickBooks. I'm on full fat QuickBooks, aren't I? I assume I'm on full fat QuickBooks. Banned? Who's banned? Why am I banned? Am I banned? Anyway, right. Yes, let's put the link in the chat. Let's see if brave enough to click the link. Any and all welcome. Well, actually, not any and all. They're, you know. Oh, hang on. Retro Gangsters just sent me. Oh, thank you, Kenny. That is very kind of you. Excellent. So we've had a live sale, folks, of an item that I was struggling to shift. By the way, when I describe this as vintage, I haven't actually checked the year on it, but I'm sure it, you know, it'll be fine. So thank you, Kenny. We've had a live sale on Depop. It's time for Guess the Price with Money Mental UK. I don't know how much full QuickBooks is, to be honest. It's part of my regular fees I pay. So don't know. We've got $7.95, $12.95. So on Depop, I list numbers as ending in zeros. I don't do fives. It's different to eBay. Like people just put stuff on like 12 quid, 15 quid, whatever. So it's not gone for. Actually, Kenny could answer how much this has gone for. But so yeah, so we've got a guess we've got 2 guesses, 3 guesses that are 50p out. We've now got guesses that are getting further and further away. We were close. Well done, Damien. Damien wins the first point of the day. It was indeed £12.50. Yeah, logic helps. Oh, we've got a couple of pickers. Lisa in. Still haven't had Lisa live on this channel, I don't think. But hi, Lisa. Where's he been? He actually died. Ashley, sadly, Damien was killed in a nuclear explosion that wiped out the south coast of England. He is now speaking from beyond the grave, typing from beyond the grave. So yeah, there he is. There's Bobby. Top of the morning. Hang on, Bobby. I put link in chat for you. I've got takeaway on order. I assume you've got yours sorted. Do these other platforms let you buy postage? I believe Depop does have Depop postage using Hermes, but Parcels to Go is cheaper, basically. So I use Parcels to Go. Here he is. Hello.
How'd you know I ordered food? How did you know?
I know, right? How could that happen? Like, because it's not like a regular occurrence.
No, but just that. No, but I'm saying is, how did you know that just now I'm going to get my takeaway food?
Well, it's based on the fact that pretty much every week this is the time you come in live and you're on your way to get food.
Yeah, because I haven't had in a while that Portuguese place. So I just came from one thrift store, right? And did you ever? How many times you go to the thrift store, right? You find something you really like, and then you find a couple of things you're like, all right, that's okay. I'll throw that in my cart. I'll throw that in my cart. And then now the good item that I found when I went to look at it, found out it looked like it had a hole in it. So now I put everything else back. I was just there for like
Yeah.
a half an hour. I just wasted half an hour because I couldn't tell if it was a hole or if it was. Sometimes you can't tell if it's a hole or if it's the material itself. So I says, you know what? F it. I'm already leaning towards the size of not needing anything. So
Are you getting sensible with your stock sourcing now that you've looked at Mount Everest and after Nick pointed it out the other day?
yeah, well, but I don't know what it is. It's metaphysical. It's some type of thing with the universe. Whenever I have a lot of stuff and then I go out looking for stuff, then I always find something good. It's always like that. It's like when you don't have something in the fridge and then you need something and then it's not there. The one thing you didn't order.
That's true. JP's popped in. I've been meaning to send you a message, JP. Actually, I'm doing a YouTube series at the minute of where I buy stuff from people. JP's one of my suppliers where I buy stuff for like less than £100, and I do like an unboxing of it every week and show what people can buy from suppliers for less than £100. So I need to get in touch with you soon, JP. Probably towards the end of February to pop an order in. So we'll sort something out there. JP supplies MMUK with clothing. So yeah, Ian can't remember the last time he went to a thrift store. Yeah. So you'll be asking about this, Bobby. Our lockdown in Wales has been extended by 3 weeks.
Oh my god! But and when you're saying lock, I mean, so the food is open, but only for delivery. You can't even pick it up.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my
no,
god!
I'm not actually. I'm not 100% certain on that because if I go on the KFC app, it gives me the option to pick up from the store. So it might be that I can still order and pick up. I'm not sure. I haven't
Yeah,
tried it. So I don't know.
yeah. Oh my god!
I'll
Yeah,
get
so
on.
I guess you can still pick up. Well, because obviously somebody has to pick it up. I mean, it's not like a ghost isn't picking it up and delivering it to you. A person has to pick it up in order to bring it to you. A brave individual. Now, did you get the same chicken bargain bucket today?
No, because it's my mother's birthday tomorrow, so I'm uh I'm like I don't want like to feed her leftover KFC tomorrow.
Okay,
So
so
I've ordered from somewhere different tonight, but I've gone like a bit overboard on the ordering anyway. I've ordered a what do you call it? Like a hot dog? What do you call them? A hot dog? Something like that? A
a
dog?
hot board, a hot dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
love hot dogs.
yeah, so I got a hot dog coming down with some fries and some chicken wings.
I could go
It's
for a hot dog right now. We have
basically
the place by me. They have the kosher hot dogs. They're very good.
at a kosher.
Is it too glary? Hey, look at this. Look at all this glare, son of a gun.
When was Wales lockdown? It was announced today, but the thing with our one in Wales, we started ours earlier because we started it like before Christmas, so the announcement gets made sooner. Can I have hot dogs in the States? They're definitely where they're from. No lockdown in New York State yet. The Dave's asking.
Well, what they're doing is they're just well. Let me explain the difference because I know we all have different definitions of the same thing. But like, for example, we can go pretty much anywhere, you know, as long as you have masks on and stuff like that. Um, New York City has different regulations than the rest of the state. For example, we have indoor dining, I believe, at 50% capacity. So a pub, bar, restaurant, whatever the hell you guys call it, somewhere you would consume food and beverage, you could be open at 50%. New York City is just opening now, I believe, with 25%, which they're not too happy about, you know. Um, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, so we're pretty much when you say lockdown, like you guys are literally locked down, you know, like you can't even go. Like you said, the thrift store, charity shops, those are all closed, right? You said
Yes, they are. Yeah.
even with social distancing, even with having one or two people in the store at the time, you still can't, nothing.
No. So at the minute,
That's got
like people are like, so there's been a bit of controversy this week, but yeah, people are struggling for stock at the moment.
yeah.
Because the thrift shops are the charity shops are closed. There's none of these car boot sales going on, no jumble sales, no none of the traditional methods that resellers, particularly eBay resellers, source from are available. So they're having to look at new ways to get stock in. So people are trying different avenues, and I sort of like. I mean, I've got more than enough stock anyway. I've just
Sure.
ordered I've got 70 kilos of clothing on the way at the minute, and I've already got like hundreds of kilos of clothing and shed loads of other stuff anyway. But I sort of like took the approach last summer of I don't know how this lockdown is going to go, how things are going to go. So I put a lot of contacts in place with people like JP in the chat to be able to get stock if things carried
When
on.
needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've just been accumulating stock basically.
Yeah. So yeah, like myself, I thought we were gonna go back into lockdown, which never happened. Which never really happened. So when we reopened in the springtime, in the summer, whatever, we opened went in June. So when we reopened, like I said, I thought, oh, we're gonna be closed again. So I bought a ton of stuff over the summer, but it never happened.
Do you think it perhaps should have happened though, or do you think that it's a good thing that it didn't? when I buy a mystery box off you. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting into selling mystery boxes. You've got to be like so careful doing that you deliver at least what you've promised, but hopefully more than you've promised. And you've got to like be prepared to take the foot if you can't meet that. And you definitely don't like send out bundles of bad stuff to people, because the backlash you'll get will just be, especially if it's not by me, because I'm not good at like keeping quiet when I'm pissed off. Sean says lockdown until March the 5th. Bloody hell. Deep Fried Deals has popped in. Hi Dave. Jackson, hey Jack. Grant Resells is in. Bundles of House the George clothes.
How you doing? I ordered on the phone. Bob? All right, take 2.
So don't have enough stock. You've seen my stock I've got, yeah. I've got, what I am doing though is I am listing more than I source each month at the minute, because I can't afford, it's not that I can't afford, there is nowhere bigger than my current office for me to move to in Wrexham, unless I get somewhere that's like 2,000 square foot and would cost a fortune. There isn't anywhere that's like within that 1,000 to 1,500 square foot criteria that I'd like. So there's like just literally nowhere for me to move to. So I've got to be sensible now and be like, you can't just keep buying more stock and not listing it. You've got to list it and sell some stuff, and just keep within the confines of what you got. Because I could take on another shipping container or something like that, but
yeah. And then also let me have 2 Diet Coke. We have 20 ounces, or
we've managed to total dry.
Well, let me have 2 cans, 2 times. Yeah, 2 times.
I lasted like 4 days on dry January. Sorry, I just replying to a message. Yeah, my dry January, Lisa, was awful. I only spent 220 quid in January, which is good for me. But I basically lasted like a week. Hey, cute Carly's in. So Carly is very keen that we remember it's her birthday tomorrow, which I've already forgotten. How long's the food estimated? It'll be an hour, Peter. I don't know what the crap I get back to the rag houses in the UK, i.e. George F&F, where you try and resell it in wholesale.
And you got the other chips? Yeah, you got the okay, good. And if I get extra napkins, it'd be great. Thank you.
I do sell stuff that JP sends to me quite often as well. It is a good person to hit up if you need stuff. It's grade B stuff, so it needs like work.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 times.
But I've never failed to make money and good money on a JP haul. I'm just lazy and can't be.
Where's Eddie? He's not here today? Eddie? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
The more space you have, the more you buy. Exactly, Chris. So yeah. And I've only just got to the level where I'm like literally getting stuff out the house. But yeah, I mean, you can sell as the George and F&F and the supermarket brands if it's like a desirable pattern, like, you know, that's like they had this big thing around blogger trends and then, you know, stuff influence were wearing, but it it moves so quickly, like the fashion, etc., changes so quick that it's just, by the time it like even list it, it could just no longer be a trend. Billy B's popped in. Are you going to be controversial, Billy B? Are you here for the controversy? We've been well with you tonight. Try and rip off loads of nice brands, yeah. But yeah, just like, just don't send Primark and supermarket brands to people. It's just that simple, because they're just not going to be happy. Like,
so everything is available at Primark.
Yeah, like Primark's closed, but the thing with Primark is you pay £2 or £3 for an item, so it's never going to have a resale value because it's just cheaper to buy it new.
Yeah, it's rubbish. It's rubbish.
So yeah.
Now you guys drink that over there or no? The cappuccino, or you guys don't drink that?
No, we have cappuccino. We're definitely not the third world. We even have Irish coffee without the cream.
Well, this isn't an Irish joint over here, so I wouldn't ask them for an Irish coffee. Even though people do ask for Irish coffee here, they come in and say, "Give me Irish." See, I told you, it doesn't have to be an Irish place. People still get that.
Speaking of Sainsbury's, right? I once got a Harris tweed blazer.
Yeah, they're worth money. They sell. I buy them for resale.
Yeah, well, it was like I took it home and I was like, it was made by a freaking supermarket. Like it was a Walmart equivalent. And I did not know they did Harris tweed. I was like, this is amazing. So yeah, those
anything
brands,
Harris tweed, I pick up. You just have to make sure there's no holes in it.
Yeah. Oh, spoiler for Peter's video tomorrow, but he might have something with holes in. You can sell it with holes.
Now, how about this? You guys watch? Ow!
No, ice hockey is not a thing.
Watch this.
No, we don't. It's just not a thing here. There's like where I used to live up in Liverpool, they had an ice hockey team and a rink there, and I used to go and watch the games, and it'd be like me and 5 other people. Oh man, I saw those unboxings. Yeah, I had a lot of pushback from people for like going public on that afterwards, but I just don't want people to like buy stuff and be let down and be disappointed, because there's people who hard to raise.
Yes, good to see you.
Like struggle hard to raise the money, and then they get something and they're going to lose money on it. You can't have it. So that's why I do my new series, like where I buy stuff for £100. I get it sent to my mother's. Yeah, it's definitely, trust me, Rob, you wouldn't want the Primark I got. The Primark, I think my takeaway might be here, given the way the dog's going on. I'll be back. But the brand new merchandise stuff, like the Jurassic Park stuff, whatever, I've done well with that Primark.
Come on, you son of a bitch.
God, it's terrible out here. Oh, woo! My God. Oh, it's bad out. Oh. Woo. Woo. Oh my God. All right, who's in the chat? Freezing my ass off over here. Let's see who's in the chat I can bullshit with here. All right. In the chat. Hey, it's Tommy. How you doing, Tommy? What's a good word? Yeah, no, yeah, but I parked in a bad spot.
The food has arrived.
Yeah, I should have eaten. I don't know why I'm not doing indoor dining. I mean, we have indoor dining, and I order it and I eat it in the car. Well, mostly because I want to bullshit.
I've ordered too much food. What have we got here? Chicken wings. Yes, Sparky, Andrew's got food.
Now, is it what kind of place? Is it a pub that you did order from?
It's just a takeaway, just a takeout. It's an American themed takeout.
Okay, so it's not like Witherspoons. It's it's different.
No, all the pubs are closed.
No, but I figured the pubs that are open with food, they would still have food to go. No.
Maybe in some places, but not here.
Mm-hmm.
Let the mukbang come
Look at this. Look at that.
What did you go for?
I went back to my old standby that I was getting in the summertime, in the fall, was that steak sandwich.
I had a feeling.
And I hope they have the right bread, because sometimes they don't put it on the right bread. And but usually they do. They make the best steak sandwich ever. Something about the Portuguese know how to make a steak sandwich. I don't know why. But then again, the place across the street next door to me, it makes pretty good steaks. That Irish place makes a good steak sandwich too.
I can't get a steak sandwich.
Sorry?
Nowhere in Wrexham does a steak sandwich.
Huh?
Nowhere in Wrexham makes steak sandwiches. I can't get one.
Really? Wow.
Have you seen Chris's question? He wants to know how the passion wagon is.
The passion wagon.
Your new
car?
Yeah.
Oh. So.
Do you prefer
Is passion wagon supposed to be like shaggin' wagon?
Yes.
Ain't no shagging going on this wagon. But now, what are you drinking? Do you drink soft drinks ever, or do you only drink stiff drink?
Well, I'm not permanently drunk, but I normally drink cordial, I guess is probably the word you would use there.
Cordials?
Maybe not. I normally drink like fruit juice.
Bottled water.
Water with fruit juice mixed in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure they've put the peri-peri sauce on these wings, but they're nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sean. And Stu says that's true. Andrew's not permanently drunk. Sometimes he's asleep.
So when are you technically on the clock? From like 9 to 5?
Well, to be honest, at the minute it's more like 8 till 8.
Wow. Oh, but it's past 8 o'clock, so you're off the clock.
Well, like, I had someone message me this morning, and she's like, "Oh, you're up early. Are you up for this? Because there was an online sale event." And I was like, "No,
Sure.
I'm up for work. I'm in work. I'm saving the nation." There's a smack shot. I'll let you know, Aaron, once we've got to the other 2 boxes of food that are in here.
Are you guys very cold right now, or is it just? I mean, it's really cold.
It was snowing last week.
Mhm.
We're making Kevin hungry.
I know. Well, sub-zero temperatures, we're really cold. It's got to be like 10, 12 degrees Celsius. I mean, 10 degrees Fahrenheit, which is probably negative -10 Celsius.
Jesus. Yeah, I don't survive that heat.
Yeah.
Lisa says it's 30 degrees in Florida this morning.
Yeah, 30 degrees in Florida, she said?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how cold that is, 30 in Florida? That's brick cold. For it to be 30 in Florida, people got to be freaking out. It's always tropical there,
Doing Nigella senseless. I've never seen a Nigella review.
Yeah, Florida's a destination everybody wants to go to now, because it's the only place that's warm and everything is open. No lockdowns.
So do they not have COVID bad there?
It's really not any different than anywhere else,
Next box. This is some fries. Skin on fries. We get some salt and vinegar.
Let's see if I can see who's in the chat. Yeah, Lisa. Yeah, 30 degrees, which is extremely cold. But you're saying 30 degrees in Florida probably went 7 in the morning. What temperature is it at night, in the afternoon, at night, like right now? Yeah.
Oh, I'm so hungry.
Now, Lisa, I mean, everything is pretty much open, but now restaurants have 50% capacity or something like that.
The thing is, though, you know how tight the margins are in the restaurant trade.
Sure.
50% capacity. There's a lot that's going to go bust on that.
Yeah, but it's also a lot better than 0% capacity. So
Yeah.
Remember, you still have to pay your bills. You still have to pay your, I mean,
Yeah,
think about this. If you have, let's what?
That's my point, though, isn't it? That on 50% capacity, those bills are going to be hard to pay.
At 0% capacity, they're even harder.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying compared to 100%, there's a lot of businesses that are going to hit the wall on 50%.
Yeah, sure. You know, there is a lot of controversy. There's got to be a lot of lawsuits going on. Like how, if the government is making you close your store, how can they ask you to pay your rent if you're not allowed to even operate it?
So are they actually asking for that? Because ours has stopped asking. What have you done with the camera? Right. I want to see if I can find my hot dog. Okay, this is more chips. This is cheesy chips.
Nice. I guess it would be cool on your way. Close, right? Oh, for us, French fries. Same thing. Like to us, these right here, this is chips.
No, that's crisps.
Look at that delicious. Look at that beautiful steak sandwich.
Heart attack on a plate there. So, the smoke said chips, very good. Mm. Mm. So, Sean is asking what the best takeout is in the States. Bloody hell, this is impressive. There's the dog.
Wow, jeez.
It's not a bad, but that's a better portion than I expected it would be. I didn't need to order the additional fries.
The most common thing people get takeout for here in America is probably number one, pizza. That would have to be number one. Then by me, Chinese food is actually pretty popular for delivery takeout. I mean, now is a lot different. People getting everything takeout now. For the situation, but in general, pizza and Chinese. Most Chinese restaurants are takeout restaurants. They do have sit-down Chinese restaurants, but the vast majority are takeout.
Same here. Billy B wants to know where you're from. He's from Long Island.
Long Island.
I believe it's
very Long Island. I was actually looking at an auction. I don't know if I was telling you. It's an estate sale auction website, meaning they're doing I've talked a million times about the estate sales that I go to buy merchandise, but this is an estate sale auction website, meaning you look at the listing online and then you click, you pay, well, you bid first, and then if you win, you just go there and pick it up. That's it. It's already done deal. But it was the one lot. I sent Tommy a picture. We'll see what he thought. He didn't get back to me, but because sometimes you can buy closets. Like you can just what happens is the company will just take a photograph of the whole closet, and you kind of have to look through the picture to kind of figure out what's in their closet. You know what I mean? So you can get good deals. You don't know what size it is. You don't know the condition. You don't know anything. Like buying a storage locker, you know?
Is this the one we were talking about on Mixed Stream?
Yeah. This is called Auction Ninja. But the pickup place, the house, was literally, I mean, probably would take me 2 hours to get there. And then
that's like
that's when Nick. That's when Nick said to me, he says, "Rob, do you really need more merchandise? Look at your Mount Everest back there." So I said, "You're right." So I didn't go. I didn't bid. The bidding was only at $1, and there was a whole clothing full of Brooks Brothers and Ralph Lauren. You know.
What did it end on though?
I didn't follow it. I should have followed it. You can click on it. There's a button to follow it, but I forgot to do that.
You know, the problem with these takeaway places is they don't give me like a napkin.
Yeah, that's why I told the guy, I says, look, make sure you give me extra napkins. Because at first I looked in the bag and there was no napkins in there. I says, man, what the hell's the matter with you? Extra napkins.
Right.
Especially a wing joint.
Yeah, I'm definitely ordering from the Smoke Shack again. I'm just not ordering as much food.
Oh, it's called a smoke shack? So they
Yeah.
have smoked food too?
Yeah, I believe all the food is smoked. I mean, it does taste good.
Yeah.
I've just ordered too much.
I'll tell you, you know what I really like? You know, I like German food too. I like the smoked pork chops. They're delicious. And you put some what is it? The brown mustard over the top of it. Delish.
You're not having any? Don't even think you are. This food is not healthy for you, dog. You've had two boxes of dog food.
Yeah. You know what's inside of dog food?
Probably chopped up humans.
I think it's the horses, right?
We had a big scandal when horse meat entered our food chain.
Yeah, it's in some countries it's a delicacy. In Italy, horse meat is a delicacy.
I mean, like, I don't really care if it's horse or cow as long as it, you know, tastes all right.
Yeah.
No, settle. Sit down. Bertie.
Heel.
Yeah, what people in
Look
the
at that.
chat.
Look at that beautiful. Now I want you to look at the tone on this crisp.
Yeah, you're right. It definitely strikes an offensive tone.
What?
It definitely strikes an offensive tone.
An offensive tone?
Yeah.
I said the tone, like the coloring on the chip, perfectly fried, homemade.
Right, people of the chat, what's your favourite food to go for? What's your go-to takeaway? Bonus points for KFC.
Oh, zoom it out. What's my favorite food for what? For takeout?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't have it specifically that I care more for takeout, but you know, I don't know. Pretty much, mostly I get sandwiches for takeout. That's mostly, you know, like those Subway type places, you know.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to one more thrift store. If there's parking, I go. If there's no parking, I turn around and go home. It just always seems, every time I see pictures of the UK, it just never seems like there's any parking.
That's probably a fair comment.
Like when they built those streets, they didn't have parking in mind. I guess they didn't have cars back in the old days when they built those high streets, you know.
Hey, we were lucky to have horses.
Well, but like, you know, like a small store, like on a like, you know, Zahir's store, they don't have parking behind his store. You know, like, you know, the store where I work, we have a parking lot behind us.
To be fair, where Zahir is, they could just park down the street. Batty, no. Batty, sit. Good boy.
Yeah, but you have to park on the street, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure the new stuff that they build, like the big box stores, they put big parking lot. You know, I'm sure TK Maxx has a parking lot. You know, they don't build it without a parking lot.
It does.
What?
It does indeed, but the one in Wrexham is always full.
Yeah, but they got to have parking lot. Now you gave me the itch. Maybe I got to go to TJ Maxx now.
Do it.
But they've all been empty. There's nothing in there. I'm sure. I know Tommy's in the chat probably. A lot of them, there's nothing. They're not restocking.
Yeah, Tommy was saying how much he's looking forward to seeing you go to a thrift store.
What happened?
Tommy's saying how much he's looking forward to seeing you go to a thrift store.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm only around the corner from that other thrift store, so I'm gonna take a peek if there's parking, because this is another place. This is like UK over here at this place. There's no parking. You have to kind of like park around. You gotta like see if there's street parking. So if there's no street parking, then screw it. Then I'm leaving because I'm not. It's freezing cold.
Zane's got his tea. Good man, Zane. Every time we demolish a building here, it becomes a car park. More car parks than there are shops.
Yeah, well, I mean, I mean, how else are people going to get to the store if there's no park? What are people going to walk? What do you think this is? 1800s?
Right.
Yeah, it looks like no parking.
Over ordered, folks. exciting news, Bertie. You're going to get some hot dog. You are going to eat dog. This is the news you've been waiting.
No parking. Son of a gun. Look at this. All right, guys, look at that color. Look at that chip. Tell me that that's not a perfect chip.
It's not a chip at all.
Tell me that this is not perfect. Look at that tone on that. That crisp.
Right. Well, I'm going to put these chips in the fridge for Sunday night's dinner. Right, let's put the link in the chat, see if anyone wants to come. Tommy's busting your balls.
Yeah, what else is new?
He's calling you a newbie reseller for not knowing that TK Maxx don't restock in January.
A noob reseller? For not going to TJ Maxx?
For not knowing that TJ Maxx don't. He says they do inventory and clearance every January to get rid of old stock. End of January, early February.
Yes, I know. For the last 3 years, I've been going there. Yes, I know that. But they've been especially wiped out. Obviously, it probably has something to do with the pandemic.
Steve-O's in. Hey, Steve-O, not seen you for a while. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope everything's okay with you. The only thing we're allowed to do in the UK is once a day walk. I take the dog out twice a day. Just don't tell anyone. Yeah, links to the chat if anyone wants to come live with me and Bobby.
This guy, I don't understand. This bastard, he's trying to go over 4 lanes of traffic, and he's like blocking the whole damn road. Why do people try that? Just make a right and then make another left. Son of a bitch.
We've got a guest coming in to speak to you. It's the world's greatest Lego seller. Hi, Phil. How are you?
Oh, not too bad.
I like your T-shirt. Sniper, does it say?
Phil?
Oh,
Yes,
just
I don't know if you...
stream because it's better. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. How are you doing, Phil? You okay?
Oh, not too bad. I just had both streams running at the same time. I was like, well, what the hell's going on here? Well, we have the beverage as is customary.
Okay.
As you can see from the decor, I am in a travel lodge.
All right. Okay, I was wondering.
I am in Clacton-on-Sea this week.
There with
I'm
you.
Closing a Sainsbury's store because apparently it is shite and not doing very well.
Bloody hell. You'd think that Sean's just said it's put on the travel lodge. He is indeed. I just need to bring something on screen here. So just bear with me, folks. Car Boot Chris has just shared a link to the live stream on Sunday that we're doing, and I'm not impressed with this thumbnail, Chris. Greatest clothing retailer on the wrong side. Moni Mental. Why am I naked? Unbelievable.
Whose place is that?
Unbelievable, Chris. We're gonna have to have words about this thumbnail. Strong words. can't be getting me naked on the internet.
Where did Bobby go? Has he?
Well, as he dropped out, he's probably gone into a dead zone.
Yeah, I'm just hoping my internet holds up. I'm using my phone as a hotspot, and it's running everything in the whole room. It appears to be doing well. I've been noticing because I've got a green shirt on. You've got buttons you can press, haven't you? And I think where is it? You can. Where's the advanced? You can do that.
Bloody hell!
Which is look at that. Oh, that's very spiffing.
So, Sniper for Life, is this
Yes,
like
it's Sniper for Life. I don't know if any of you people used to play or have played Fortnite. Sniper for Life is an American lady streamer who is one shot girl, I think her name was, and this is her merch. When Fortnite was a thing, I used to watch her. She's quite entertaining. But I think Fortnite is a bit past it now, isn't it? So
was she also quite attractive, or did you not get to see because she was just sort of streaming?
Oh no. She was she streamed live, and yes, she was very attractive. She was a devout Christian. I don't think she was very interested in relationships outside marriage and things like that. But
okay, I don't do well with Christians. They tend to have strong views. That
she had strong morals. Yes. She ran a tight channel, but she was reasonably entertaining in the day.
Mel's popped in the chat back from Burnout. Welcome, Mel. She's returned from Burnout. Ian says you look a right brick there. Background.
Now, Philly, where are you from?
I am from the UK also. I bowed from Southampton, the famous sailing port of the Titanic. Hello. But I am currently in Clacton-on-Sea is it Essex? They all speak Essex in it here. It's sort of like George Ross's area, isn't it, around here? I think we went past Chelmsford and places like that. But we're right on the sea. I don't even remember if Nick done a video, didn't he, on one of his channels about Clacton-on-Sea and one of his bands?
All right.
I'm about 100 yards from that location.
So, all right, so which football club do you support? That's what's important.
I support Portsmouth, although I'm from Southampton, who are fierce rivals.
That's very controversial, that.
Yes. Although I'm not a big fan, I used to go and watch their home games reasonably regularly, maybe 20, 30 years ago, when you used to be able to stand up in the stands, as they were called. But now they don't call them the seats now, though, do they? Even though you have to sit down in them or not go at all in lockdown. But the price has gone up considerably. I think it's gone down with Portsmouth again because we're not exactly Premiership anymore.
I think in the second division. Oh yeah, okay, because I know they call it League One. The second division.
Yeah, Premier, some other thing, then first, then second. I think I don't know. They change it every year. Whoever sponsors it. But we're, I think, about the third tier. I think.
Yeah, third tier. Okay.
Right, so we have won the FA Cup a couple of times. We looked after it in the war.
Yeah.
Yeah, we won it in 39 and it wasn't played again until about 46. So we looked after it. And then I believe we won it about a decade ago. But they're not doing particularly well at the moment. But so we shan't talk about them.
I'm into the wrong chart.
Good thing about these here vapey things is you can smoke in your hotel rooms and it doesn't set the alarms off.
Come up here. Come on. Up.
So now you have full lockdown. So basically the entire UK has virtually, well, I know, but you guys said certain areas you don't have the same lockdown rules as the others.
Well, I'm a key worker, so I work for supermarkets and stuff like that. But as you can see, although I'm in a hotel room, normally my company won't pay for one person in a hotel room. I'll be sharing with a colleague. But the laws over here are such, you're only allowed in hotels if you are a key worker. So and you have to have a single room.
Yeah, that would defeat the purpose of social distancing.
It would, so very much so. And not only that, hotels forbid it. So everyone has to have their own little room.
Yeah.
This is a very posh hotel. It doesn't even have a car park, which is excellent for me and my eBay empire, which I bought with me, because I'm parked in an NCP car park across the road and had to hoist all my stuff here. Which was I don't know if I think Mr. Webcam can. Yeah, I've got my little office set up here and bits and pieces. I think the stock's behind me all over the place. Yes, it's I have to bring my empire with me. The good thing with Lego is, of course, it's very small, so I can bring a good week's worth of stock with me and still survive.
That's definitely not a description people use around me. I never get accused of being very small, but
all made of Lego.
Yeah. It's Dave upset in Mel, is he? Dave never sends me videos critiquing mine, Mel. That's what I'm saying. Mine are much better. So, Bobby, have you met Phil before, or is this your first meeting?
I think Bobby was on New Year.
Yes, he was.
The last time I was on. There was
Yes,
I was flashing lasers around the room and burning me flat down, if you remember.
Yeah, you were very critical of other people's English. I remember that. Yes.
Oh, I was probably incredibly inebriated. I usually am quite critical when I'm inebriated.
Would other people being you?
It's okay. You weren't criticizing my English, so that's fine.
Yeah, I am rather renowned for annoying people when I have a few beers. I do not engage the brain before the mouth, but
yeah,
so.
I'm often accused of being all mouth and trousers.
Trousers? I've seen your trousers. They're not very good trousers, are they? All your at home trousers?
I've got the Everlast on today.
Yeah, I thought I saw a bit of a flash of yellow there as you got up for your mountain of salt that you poured on your chips. Bloody hell!
Yeah. And I like.
I thought it was snowing for a second. My takeaway already. There's a fish shop around the corner, which allows you to go in and pick up your food. Just because McDonald's won't.
Yeah. So I take it you're on it. That's sort of on expenses from work, sort of thing.
No, they're not that good either. I can probably get up to £4 for my breakfast paid for, but eating out in the evening is my expense, unfortunately.
Bloody hell! I'm glad I work for government.
Yes.
Yeah, but you don't have anywhere to eat out. You can't go out to eat.
Yeah, but he's got to eat.
Takeaway?
I have to get takeaways, or I have to buy food from supermarkets, and it's cold. There's no microwave in here. There's a kettle. Well, you can call it a kettle. It's about the size of my.
Is it a tiny kettle? Have you got a tiny kettle?
It is indeed. It's this huge canteen of a vessel.
Jesus Christ! You can't make even a cup of tea in that.
You can't get it under the tap.
Now, Phil, do you only drink tea? What about a cup of coffee?
No, I'm a coffee man. I do enjoy a cup of tea.
Okay.
I do enjoy a cup of tea, but it's got to be made properly, and you need real good, nice milk. And of course, there's no fridge here. And if ever I buy a pint of milk, the amount of tea that I'll drink in a week, the milk will turn by the time I get 3/4 of the way down it. So coffee I would prefer with a drop of Baileys in it. Irish coffee.
Oh yeah, little Irish cream.
Yeah, no, right, okay, yeah. So Phil has proper Irish coffee, not that shit with whipped cream in.
No, it's got to be the Baileys, and it's got to be at least a third Baileys too. Big, nice, black, dark coffee.
Yeah, probably won't understand that because it's not whipped.
We're on the normal Strongbow as well as the wine at the same time. Got 2 beverages going at the
Car Boot Chris is sharing some extremist views about coffee here.
Previous views about a cup of coffee.
I don't touch coffee anymore. I used to drink coffee, and then I realised that it was actually giving me anxiety attacks. So
I don't drink a lot of coffee. I like a coffee or 2 in the morning just for the caffeine hit. It's like this decaffeinated coffee. I don't understand it. How can it be called decaffeinated coffee? It's like coffee means caffeine, doesn't it? It's based on the same root.
Well, they still have caffeine. No, but I'm saying they still have caffeine in decaffeinated coffee.
Yeah, it's not entirely.
That's why they don't call it. That's why they don't call it caffeine-free coffee, because they just take the beans and they wash them with something, and then it takes off the coating on the outside. That's why the beans are completely.
Just reading. Is it Neil Channel Nem?
Yes, it is.
Yes, he remembers the laser antics, I think, and he's worried about the
Sniper for life. Yeah, with a man who's got an impressive laser collection.
Yes, it's not something I should do at the same time down the street.
Richard's drinking gin tonight. Sean says more caffeine in tea than coffee. Yeah, I've heard this, but coffee has a stronger effect, I find. But yeah, Mr. Diggs has been drinking
about gin. Is to think about coffee there. Gin is one of my bogey alcoholic drinks. I can't stand. It's like drinking pure perfume.
What, you said gin?
Gin, yeah.
Like Tanqueray?
Like Gordon's gin or
Tanqueray.
Like I don't think we got Tanqueray, but it's.
You don't have Tanqueray gin? That's the big. I thought that was like the biggest gin there is.
Gordon's.
Really? I thought Tanqueray was in America.
London gin.
Tanqueray
we have London gins from the gin houses.
Was always the biggest because people would drink Tanqueray and tonic.
Gin was a big thing a couple of years ago here. They had every single flavour gin going. There was entire bays in the supermarket of gins. They were flavouring all things I like, except I can't stand gin.
I've not heard of Tanqueray gin, I must admit.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Well, Car Boot Chris says it's big.
I could have sworn it was. But it was weird too. Last week, the other guy, he didn't know what Dewar's Scotch was, so I was kind of surprised too.
Oh, Car Boot Chris says it's big, but I only get gin in Aldi, which only does own brand stuff. So
I used to be at Aldi, however, they now have a Lidl near me.
Private label.
So I've had to defect.
You cannot mention.
Yeah, but
that.
What's his name? Chris is. But Tanqueray is a big brand, though. It's not like a little.
I think we've just had a rival supermarket chain mentioned. I think we need to, before we upset show sponsors Aldi, I think we need to get the banner on. If I can find it. There we go. Yes, Lisa's getting an Aldi, world's greatest supermarket.
It is. Unfortunately, there's none near me. I've got Lidls are popping up every other building now around here. I think I can walk to 3 different Lidls now.
We got.
However,
and then also they got Bombay gin. And you guys know
Bombay
Beefeater gin, obviously.
Beefeater,
right?
yes. Bombay, yes. London's gin,
Beefeater.
Gordon's gin. Those are the 4 big ones here.
Beefeater.
I am soon bringing out my own range of gin, Money Mental Gin. Basically, it's going to be rebranded Aldi gin with a new label on, and it's going to cost £5 more.
For double the price.
Aldi's gin.
Yes. Here we go. Jamie is a loyal supporter here. Quite right. Aldi is definitely the best. Good man.
Beefeater gin. No, never liked gin. We here we drink a little bit more vodka, you know.
Like the Russian.
And no,
Yes, I
Like
enjoy a good bit of vodka. I think yes, especially when they come up for offers in the supermarkets, they are very nice. Bit of Russian standard.
yeah, like when I used to own a bar years ago, and vodka would outsell all the other liquors combined. You know what I mean? In America, so I would
You can mix it with
sell just as
anything.
much. Huh?
You can mix it with anything.
Yeah, exactly. So I would sell more vodka than Scotch whiskey, Irish whiskey, all the other shit. Rum, gin, combined, tequila.
But
Always people vodka. Let me get vodka and club soda. Vodka and 7. Vodka Bay Breeze.
That is because you were selling it to your communist overlords.
Communists.
Yeah. Their favorite drink.
Ain't no commies over here.
I know how much you love communists. I know they're your favorite thing.
I notice you defend the communists a lot.
Right. Defending the communists does not mean that me saying that they still celebrated Christmas in Soviet Russia is not defending the communists.
Oh, and by the way, I did Google that, and they said they did outlaw Christmas trees.
That's not Christmas. That's a freaking tree.
What are you talking about?
Unbelievable.
I'll tell you the story, Phil, and you tell me if you could be the neutral party here.
Yeah, Bobby said that the Soviets outlawed Christmas, and I said no, they didn't.
Didn't
they have a funny thing about Christianity for a while. I don't think they do now, do they? I think they.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, because he asked me about my Christmas tree, about not having a Christmas tree, or something, whatever. I says, what do I look like, a commie to you? And then he said, what he said, he could tell you, whoa, shit.
Bobby's just
almost hit a tree.
I
almost hit it.
I said the Russians still celebrated Christmas.
Yeah, under the table, but not the. You got to remember, not every Russian is a communist.
Not every Russian's a Christian either.
Okay, of course not.
They have. Is it Orthodox over there, isn't it?
Yeah, Russian Orthodox, a big church there. Neil wants to know if you've been invested in GameStop, Bobby.
No, but I'll tell you what, it's the it's the biggest story here in America. It's on the news constantly, because it's not just the stock. It's a political power play. What's going on right now? Do you know what I mean? Basically, in a nutshell, I don't know if you guys in the UK know what's going on over here, but excuse me. If you guys have you ever heard of something called short selling?
I have, but explain it again.
But basically, to make it simple in simplified terms, the big company, which is one of the hedge funds, large financial institution, is short selling the they put a large bet short selling the GameStop stock, pushing the value of the stock down, hurting the company by doing that. But they're speculating, just like anybody else. So they went on these forums. I'm sure you're familiar with Reddit forums, no?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So they went on these Reddit.
I use Reddit to find victims.
Yeah. So, okay. So they went on the Reddit forum. They have different Wall Street Reddit forums, and they all got together to buy the stock, because the way short selling works is that you think it's going to go down, right? So you borrow shares and then sell them, and then now you have to repay the person you borrowed back. So what they're doing, but you have to repay them with the stock. But they bought up all the shares that were available. So now this big, huge hedge fund worth billions of dollars is unable to fill the orders that they owe back for the stock. So the Reddit people, the small investors, like imagine like if all of us got together and people reselling and this people and they bought the stock. It's called a stock squeeze, a short squeeze. So now this big multi-billion-dollar corporation is going to go out of business, all because of these sellers. So now the government is getting involved, but the government is supposed to, especially the new government we have, all right, is supposed to be like, oh, we're for the little people and the downtrodden and everything. But it's all BS because they're going to take the sides of the hedge fund. They're going to try to find a way for them to get out of this, or they're going to get a bailout, or something's going to happen. They're going to make up some BS lie like, oh, well, no, we have to bail them out because you know how it is. But
I know a lady who can save us from this. This lady,
what?
This lady will save us from this. My latest.
That's tiny.
Oh yes.
Who is that?
Who's that? Wonder Woman with her new armor.
I'm sitting in my. You have to understand. I'm in my car. I have to keep my eye on the road. I can't really.
That's as big as I can make him.
Come here.
Wonder Woman from the latest Wonder Woman film.
I'm in rush hour traffic right now. I can't really see. I got to be careful with the road.
I've not seen the new Wonder Woman. Yeah.
It's dubious, unfortunately. It didn't get very good reviews, so I watched it and I had to concur with the reviews. Unfortunately, I'd already bought a ton of Lego for it by then. So I've sold none.
It was rubbish.
The Lego, no, the Lego is fantastic quality. Unfortunately, the film is not so great.
Rubbish.
I would say it. I quite like that sort of film, but even I thought, really, this plot is a bit not plausible. I know superhero films aren't plausible, but if you were to compare it to other unplausible plots, this was unplausible. It was weird. It was daft. Whereas the first Wonder Woman film was quite enjoyable and very good. It was quite dark, but this film was a bit Superman 4. Let's say Superman 4. It's stupid. it lost.
I kind of like the theme. That's what happened with Superman. They kind of ran out of. I mean, you always kind of need new enemies and new,
Yes. Unfortunately, this particular Wonder Woman film, the enemy was an idiot, and the magic stone, unplausible, wasn't clearly explained, physically impossible. I mean, it made the Avengers films look very realistic.
It sounds like my rivals. Apparently, Neil says, Bobby, we can short stocks here on spread betting platforms, apparently.
Yes.
That entire sentence makes
I'm saying you can. I'm just saying, obviously, I'm sure there are people in the chat who are familiar with shorting stocks, but I'm trying to explain it in a way for everybody to kind of understand in simpler terms. But with the Reddit people, the small investors, they all got together to squeeze out the shorts, which if you kind of don't know what that means, it's basically they're just stopping them from being able to push the stock down, and they have to now cover their short, which is literally impossible now because the stocks are not available for sale.
Okay, so I've just had a sale. It's time to guess the price with Money Mental UK. I've sold a Bobby special. It's a suit.
Oh, you sold a suit?
Yeah. Only suit I've ever listed on eBay.
£29.
Not £29. People in the chat need to guess. Bobby, how much do you reckon I've sold this suit for?
I'm going to sell, it was that, I'm going to say 30, I'm going to say it was that not Christian Dior, that Valentino suit. Let's say it's sold. Sorry?
You might be right. You could be entirely correct. It is indeed the Valentino suit.
the 2-piece. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
say 40 quid.
So going 40 quid. People in the chat, this is your chance to guess the price of Money Mental UK. What have I sold a Valentino suit for, a vintage one? Oh, we've got a guess that's a penny out.
What? Somebody did $40 and 40 pounds and one pence.
No, it wasn't your guess that was a penny out.
Oh, I thought they were going 1 penny up from my guess.
No. We've got a guess that was a fiver out. We've got a guess that was £4. We've got Pretty Vanna wants to be my Valentine's. You can indeed. All you got to do is at Money Mental UK on Instagram. There we go. So nobody's there yet. Like I say, we had a guess that was a penny out.
That sold pretty quickly. That was less than a month ago.
Yeah, it had a bit of interest. And this dude messaged me yesterday about it, and
I should send you those suits all day long. I can get them all day.
First item from that haul to sell, actually, as well. I think I've listed everything. No, I haven't listed everything from that haul. We still haven't got a correct guess. We had a guess that was a penny out, and none of you have got close since. Sean H has got it, $54.99. So yeah, sold it for £54.99, which is a fair price.
Very fair.
I had it listed for £75 because I was pushing optimistically. And yeah, I had a watcher. I sent out an offer for $54.99, and he accepted it. Been secretly watching me for a while. Would love to kiss those lips for Valentine's. That's very kind.
Shipping included.
Yeah, shipping included. Probably send it Royal Mail for £4 tracked.
$4 £4 to ship a suit?
£4 and 2p, isn't it? Is it? If I remember rightly.
It'll be exactly £4. It will. Yeah.
Wow, that's low.
Yeah.
Come on, you son of a bitch.
You tell him.
Ugh. You bastard! You rocking up just son of a bitch bastard. Oh,
give him the bird. Give him the bird.
So
somebody double. I hate people. They double park on the main road, and then the guy behind him is a construction vehicle, and he can't get around it. And bastards! Just so they don't. Oh my god! They're blocking up the whole road for themselves. Son of a bitch.
I had a ticket the other day. I went in a bus lane. I got sent a photo. There's a Arctic parked on the road loading. A car comes the other way, comes into my lane at me. So I swerve out the way into the bus lane to get round him. And I got a ticket for it. What was I supposed to do? Crash into him? And of course, because it's a company van, I don't get to see this ticket until 6 weeks later when it comes out my wages. So I can't contest it.
What?
I was pissed off.
I'm just gonna put the dog out. I'll be back in a second.
What are you gonna?
Just me and you, Philly.
Yes. Are you nearly home, or are you still up for the shop?
Oh man, the traffic is getting nuts now. It's getting dark. It's getting people coming home.
Looking a bit twilight there now.
Yeah, 5:30, 5:40.
Yes, I'm lucky. I've got a late start tomorrow. I don't have to start till 10 o'clock in the morning, which is excellent. But I do have to work till 9 o'clock.
You said you're from Southampton, but now you're in somewhere else. In
Portsmouth? I work away from home all the time. I live in hotel rooms. It's usually Travelodge because they're the cheapest, and the company always go for the cheapest. So never mind, they pay the bills. So
yeah,
and being a Travelodge, I know what to expect because all the rooms are identical. Whatever you go to, they're all identical. The same shit desk, same bollocks telly on the wall, same stupid picture on the wall. Beds are comfy though. They're clean. Beds are comfy. It's clean room. Yeah, they're clean rooms.
That's what's important. If it's clean, that's half the battle.
The bed linen sparkles. Any problems, you just go to reception, they fix it. So it's value
and the
for
telly
money.
works.
Well, the telly works. I've got I've got a HDMI cable running to it, but unfortunately, because it's about this big, the telly, and I can't see it from this angle. I used to use it as my second monitor when I'm away, so I can work on it and run stuff from a spreadsheet backwards and forwards. But it's impossible to do that. I just do this all the time. I used to bring my projector and put the projector on the headboard there, and it bing onto the wall that's above me here in a great big 200-incher, so I could watch. I could have my spreadsheet up here and just wallpapers the place because they've got big white walls in hotel rooms, so it's like a cinema screen.
Oh shit! Son of a bitch.
Are you causing more road rage now, Bobby?
Yes, he was, when you were putting the dog out, he was giving the bird to everyone that passed, even the pedestrians.
Well, I'm not surprised the speed he drives at. Get overtaken by
about 20 miles an hour now, I think.
So now, but obviously the heat is working because you got a t-shirt on. So obviously the heat.
Yeah. Amazingly, the heating does. In fact, it is vicious. I've had to turn it down. I opened up my door today and it burnt all my hair off. Can you see?
Wow.
It was woof. It was like what do they call it? Backdraft. It's unreal. The last hotel room I was in, the heating wouldn't work properly unless you turned it on full blast, and then it was like having Concorde in your bedroom, and it was roofing it down with snow outside. And I thought, oh great, so I can listen to Concorde all day, or freeze to death.
So you guys really have snow. Everybody, all they're talking about is the snow. So you guys, snow is not.
It's not common. It's not. UK weather is very sporadic. The UK has every weather in the world, at one point or another through the year. Yeah. We'll have fun. We had thunder snow in Southampton the other day. Thunder snow. Most people have not heard of it, but we got more tornadoes per square kilometre than America does. We have multiple thunderstorms.
More tornadoes?
Yes, they're not biggies. They're only T1s or whatever. But United Kingdom has more tornadoes per square mile than anywhere in the world. But like I say,
I would never would believe that.
No, but they're only roof rippers. They might knock a shed down or knacky a garden fence up. They're not going to level a city. And they last.
Yeah, because our tornadoes, you've seen.
Yeah.
You've seen tornadoes.
When you get tornadoes, one tornado for you is like 100 years worth of tornadoes for us. Yeah, we get snow.
Oh, you call it a tornado?
Tornado.
Oh, why is it not tornado?
I suppose there's a million accents over here. It depends from where in the country from. I think whirlwind has gone out the window now. No one calls them whirlwinds, do they? Or twisters. We're going to call them twisters. If someone said they had a twister the other day, people think you had a whirly lollipop with green stripes.
All right, who's in the chat? Let's see. Huracan, and there's somebody in here named Huracan. That's different. That's different than a tornado.
We've got Pretty Vanna in the chat who wants to kiss me for Valentine's Day, which I'm sure I'm probably more than up for. She should come live with us. The link's in the chat.
Oh, Richard! How's Richard doing?
Yeah,
ask Chris if he's ever bought stocks before. Yes, I've bought stocks before.
So I used to be in the pub industry as well, Bobby. I used to run pubs. I used to be what they used to call I was a landlord that went from pub to pub and used to not troubleshoot, but supposing they were ill, they were on holiday or something. I used to have to walk in, take over the book, work, take over the stock, and run it until they could come back and run it again. So,
Okay.
So that's quite an interesting career. At one point, I was going to think in my retirement I'd run a pub in the country and all this, but pub life has changed since then. You can't smoke in pubs. You can't do this. They're all food orientated. It's not a drinking den anymore.
Yes.
If you don't sell food, you won't survive. There's no profit margin in it. You don't. They're all multi companies that force you to buy their beer. So free houses are very far and few between. You couldn't run one now.
That's what I was saying, Andrew.
Back in the day, you used to make hundreds of thousands if you were running pubs. These days, you'll be lucky if you just live above it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Andrew. When he ordered some takeaway food, I said, "Oh, did you?" He ordered from just a regular takeout joint. But I asked him if he ordered from a pub.
Yeah.
But he says no, because here, like, we have that.
Witherspoons, he said. No, Witherspoons don't deliver.
Like,
no pubs here deliver, as in general. But in fact, they banned in the last lockdown. Didn't they have alcohol takeaways, which they banned now? So all pubs now are just closed.
What the hell are you showing us, like, inside your trousers at the moment?
It looks that way. Oh my word!
You guys
is that an N95? That mask?
This one here, yeah.
N95.
Hey,
I have a mask collection.
Yeah, this is the heavier duty mask.
This is one that got a bit dirty, so I don't wear it anymore. But yeah, they're can you? I don't doubt you can pick that up on there. N95. Well, they're KN95s, aren't they? But they they poke out.
That's the Chinese. That's that China. This is the real deal. This is the American.
These actually protect you from the virus, whereas the masks that we generally wear protect other people from the virus. It stops you coughing on them. It's like,
well, this is the N95 here.
Yeah.
But they're not cheap. You can order them on eBay.
They're about £4 or £5 each or something. But the masks that we wear from day to day is this shenanigans.
I just paid that. I just paid like $40 for a box of 5. Yeah, but these are heavy dude. I mean, this mask is like a condom over your face. You know what I mean?
I find them hard to breathe when you're walking or doing work and you're breathing.
Yeah, they're very hard
to take a good breath.
No, you're right. They are very hard. That's why everybody's laughing at me, because they're like, why are you breathing so heavy?
Well, then you'll have the last laugh because you'll still be alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I only wear that. This is the only one I wear. Just this one. The N95s.
Yeah. We had a gentleman walking around Sainsbury's today without a mask on. I very nearly said something to him, but I didn't want to get into fisticuffs with someone in Clacton-on-Sea because they do appear to be quite rough down here.
He may well have had an exemption.
No, he was wearing a mask earlier. He was perfectly complimentous. He just decided to take it off, and he was being stupid. He was singing Christmas songs to everybody, trying to wind everybody up. It was just it was one of those. What do they call them? See you next Tuesdays. It's just an idiot.
Yeah.
Very fine worthy. I wish I was a police officer at the time. I would have slapped a big fine on the nice gentleman.
I ain't so good with the mask. I do have an exemption for it, but I do try and wear him as well. But just because I should try and wear it, but irrespective of having an exemption, I think it's still right to try and protect others. But yeah, it's not a pleasant experience.
No, it's like, I suppose it is a bit like wearing spectacles. I've worn spectacles all my life, but when you first wear them, they are uncomfortable. You're conscious of them. The only difference of a mask is you don't wear it all the time. When you're here, I don't. But when I am wearing a mask at work, after 10 minutes, I just don't notice it anymore. You get especially now, it's almost, when did they make it compulsory? July, was it?
Chrissy, you chucked out my future wife.
Is Bobby going through your HQ there, Andrew?
I think he's actually made it to a thrift store and he's now doing what he always does and looking for more blazers. But Bobby doesn't believe that other types of clothing exist.
They don't, apparently.
He's very niche.
No, you should get vintage merch stuff like this from past YouTubers and things. They go for money. I'm sure this is at least a quid.
There you go, London. London fog made in India.
London fog gives me a smoky feeling.
Well, this feels nice. Camel hair. This is nice. Nice jacket. Rubbish.
Hey, Andrew, do you like my new flyer look? The new flyer look. This is a very, very good one.
Hang on, can I just give me a sec, Phil. I'll put you on the big screen so we can.
The new flyer.
That's cool.
I did have my old flyer, which had the QR code on it, which was very handy, which links people to the shop.
All right, okay.
This print often do big deals on these, and you can pick them up, thousands of them for about £20-30, which is always very handy. But they're very handy not just as thank you very much, and here's little flyer. It protects the stock when it's in the envelope.
Here you go. You ever heard of this? This is from UK.
Swain Adeni. Does it say? Not sure.
What does this say? Can you read it? I don't know. Is it zooming in?
1 year old.
Appointment to HM the Queen yet.
The Queen?
Yeah.
That's that logo they always have that made in accordance to anything made by.
I don't remember the Queen wearing a suit ever.
No, it's anything made in England has the same thing. It says by appointed.
Only if the royal household approves and uses it, like Marmite or something.
Like Marmite.
Do you find it on the back of jam or something? Or jelly?
Yeah.
Is that jelly in America? Jam?
Yeah, they're very similar, but jam, jelly. I had some raspberry jam the other day, or jelly, whatever the hell you call it. It was delicious. It's usually strawberry, but I had it with peanut butter on a.
I was going to say, I bet I had it with peanut butter. That's the
peanut butter in America. Peanut butter and jelly is very popular here.
They have peanut butter and Marmite over here now. They actually mix it and sell it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with what Marmite is, so.
Vegemite, I don't know.
That just sounds disgusting.
It's like a yeast beefy sort of spready thing. Very, very controversial.
Yeast sounds kind of like something. Forget it. I don't even want to say it on the channel.
It's time for some of the homemade juices.
I'll be back in a second. I just got to see what the dog's doing. He's going mad.
He's barking.
Yeah.
Anything good for Bobby?
Or... This is nice. Look at this. This is nice right here.
Is that suede? Or velour?
No, it looks like it's velvet. Yeah, velvet.
Velour.
Velour, velvet. No, I think you would call it velvet.
Velvet or velour, yes. some of my Lego figures, some of the cakes they have, they come in velour. They're very nice.
Aberdeen, you know Aberdeen?
I've worked there as well.
We have
Very
an
nice,
Aberdeen,
very nice.
Washington.
Excellent fish and chip shops, some of the best in the country in Aberdeen.
In Aberdeen.
Yes, very renowned for they do like fried food up there. They batter and fry chocolate bars. You think it's like a myth.
I know. They have
you go there and it's on the menu and they taste horrible.
Yeah, we have that here too, but not too much.
No, it's something you try once and go, yeah, I've tried that now.
Do you sell clothing too at all, ever, or no?
No, I used to sell a lot of other collectibles, things like stamps, coins, and stuff like that. But the margin on it is ridiculously low.
You call it numismatics. You have to say it in a more positive voice. Numismatics. No. Numismatics.
I think I was talking to Andrew through his YouTube comments the other day. The margin on my Legos is remarkably high after fees. It's approaching 150%, which is excellent for very small items that a lot of fees involved.
Very thin, razor thin.
Yeah, we was talking about the move to manage payments and
yes, it won't cripple me, but it's something I have to think about. I'm supposed to be on it now. They messaged me last year. I'm supposed to have gone over on 18th of January, but I've heard nothing since, and I'm not going to push for it just yet because it'll cost me 30p an item. Which is all very well if people buy more than one item. If people buy, what people seem to do is, although I got an offer, if you buy more than one item, you get percentage off. People buy an item, then they buy another item 2 minutes later, which incurs 2 PayPal charges.
Yeah,
and if that is payments, that'll incur 30p and a 30p.
I think.
So I'm trying to say to people, please, please, please buy 2 at a time because you will save money and you'll save me a bloody lot more money.
I don't have the managed payment yet.
I've been on it since July. It's
Not
okay.
yet.
You get used to it.
It should be quite good for you, Andrew, because 30p is far better than what PayPal probably charged you.
Yeah, it's cheaper, but there is some foibles.
Benefit.
Like if you do,
I don't like the fact that eBay have my money. I like the fact that PayPal had my money and I can get it there and then.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not sure if it would be an issue, but
it's all right because you have like the previous day's money coming in anyway, so it sort of evens out. But I just don't like the way they handle returns because if you get a return, it'll put your fund, because I had funds now on PayPal, so a return wouldn't affect anything. It wouldn't, but on eBay they don't have that, so the money from the cost of the sale will go on hold, which is the full amount it's sold for, rather than the amount minus the eBay fees. And then when you pay out the refund, it'll take the refund from your available balance rather than the bit of money that's put on hold. So then that takes that bit of money on hold, then takes another 25, and your payout you're expecting to get the next day is reduced.
So to get around that, you're going to be constantly having to try and get a float in eBay or something.
So that annoys me, but it's not a huge issue because just
Andrew, quick question.
Go on.
Do you when you let's say your bill at the end of the month, whatever it is, let's say it's £500 or whatever, do you initiate the payment or they just automatically just take it out?
They take, well, the thing is they take the final value fee straight away from the payment the customer gives. So your bill won't ever hit that £500 mark at the end of the month because you've just got.
So it just. I see.
So the
How
end
are
of the
you?
month,
¿Cómo estás?
You'll still have your shop fee at the end of the month and your promoted listing fees if you use promoted listings to pay. But to be honest, I pay those every day anyway, rather than wait till the end of the month. I just put a few quid in every day, so it's not like
same as that. Where I'm still on PayPal, as PayPal money comes in, every couple of days I'll put 50 quid, 100 quid or something over to eBay. I'm never in debit. I've never had a bill from eBay because I'm always in credit, which is the way I like to work, because you don't get any big surprise. You have a great month selling and you haven't paid them anything, all of a sudden you get several £100. That you go, oh my God, that's not in the bank at the moment.
Yeah. So yeah, I just like chip away, pay a bit each day or every so often.
I think I've got it up at the moment. I've only got, oh my God, I've only got £9.37 in credit at the moment. I better put some more money over there later. Have I had any sales?
All right, let's see. Let's see who can guess what this is.
It looks like it's an Adidas sporting helmet.
Okay, which sport would it be?
Oh, well, it's going to have to be the gaping holes in it means it's going to have to be quite a large ball coming at you. So, how big's an ice hockey puck?
I think this is children's softball.
You need a mask for softball?
Yeah. No, softball is actually pretty damn hard. If I do a softball, you'd be crying.
They're also quite big, aren't they, softballs? They're bigger than a normal baseball, aren't they?
Yeah, they are softer than a hard ball, but they're pretty damn... I mean, you could throw one through a wall.
We had softball at school for a little while, and it was like a rounders ball, because rounders is the thing over here. But it's like a rounders ball, but it's about that big.
Yeah. Yeah, there's another one, London Frog.
Yeah, we have, was it rounders and cricket? And the only other thing we hit is golf balls, isn't it? I think.
No baseball yet?
Well, rounders is kind of baseball, but with smaller bats.
And without the requirement to wear like massive amounts of protective gear.
No.
Like yeah.
And I don't think you can smash it out the stadium, can you?
No, there isn't like a home run or anything sort of going on really. I used to be all right at rounders.
Yeah, my eye to ball coordination was always very good. I had no accuracy into where I was going to hit it, but if I contacted that ball, you would never see it again.
Yeah.
The only thing I was good at sports was that sort of thing, or darts. I got some trophies in darts. I made the newspapers in darts.
Oh, it's useless. If I hit the dartboard, I'm happy.
I've come second in a couple of major local tournaments a couple of times.
What if I do?
I don't think I've picked up. I've still got all my darts at home, but I don't think I've thrown a competitive. What do they call it? A competitive dart for blimey, 25 years. So I doubt if I can hit the dartboard now.
Yeah.
It used to be a big thing. It used to be a very big thing in pubs. Every pub had 2 or 3 teams. These are a men's top team, a men's.
They don't have dart. They don't have dart teams anymore at the pubs.
I think they still do, but again, we're going back to sort of like when pubs were pubs before they became restaurants, and where you could smoke and drink wherever you liked in a pub. I used to play darts probably 5 or 6 nights a week.
All right, now Philly, how often does the pubs back in the good old days? Did they have the pool table too?
Yeah. Oh God, I used to be part of the pool team as well. I wasn't as good at pool as I am at darts, and I was rubbish at snooker.
¿Cómo estás tú? Say hello to my friend Andrew. Say hello, Andrew. Hola.
Hello.
No, wave. He's looking at you. Say here. You say.
For fuck's sake, Bobby, she's not interested.
No. Why? Why not? You don't see nothing.
Stop harassing the store staff. This is embarrassing.
I'm not harassing. She's a nice lady. Very nice. Hey, Inglaterra. You know Inglaterra? Oh my God. All right.
So you
I'm going to
Have you been chucked out? You've been chucked out now. Yeah, they've asked you to leave.
Yeah.
Wow. Somebody just passed gas, and I had to get the hell out. So now it's time to go to the liquor store.
Did you buy anything there?
No, they didn't have nothing. You saw me going through the racks.
I saw it all. Was it all shit?
I did go through.
Oh, now we're talking.
I went through.
We like this shop.
So what we're going to see now, folks.
One of them, two of those.
We're going to see a live liquor store robbery where Bobby is going to be held up at gunpoint. Any minute now. We're waiting now for the. We're waiting.
My bedroom, by the looks of it.
We're just waiting for the armed intruders to arrive.
No.
Mate, Krillin Big. It's a liquor store.
Not over here.
Thank you, guys.
How old have you got to be there to drink liquor or purchase
21
liquor?
years old.
21, so that's quite young in some states. That's about 29, isn't it?
No, 29. No, 21.
Some states, I think. There's some weird and wonderful high ages they have.
No, 21 years old. That's it.
Over here, we can get married at 16, so you wouldn't be able to drink for 5 years.
All right.
My money's on.
How
He's
you
going to buy a bourbon.
You have that Jack Daniels Fireball.
All right. Thank you.
JD, yeah, JD.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I think it's right there, no? Yeah, I need the big one. Oh, careful. Oh, what happened?
It's okay.
Fuck's sake, Bobby's.
Oh, did you start drinking already?
Until you can own your can or can your own.
You didn't just started.
I think he's got fed up of waiting for armed intruders to enter. He's holding up the liquor store himself.
This is my session.
He's performing an unarmed robbery.
That JD, the honey JD is the one I like.
I've had that.
Yeah, honey is good, but but you spill a little bit and it's like syrup. It's all over your hand. I'll tell you what. You see, this other one is good too.
The red one's a spicy
Stag Jim Beam.
Oh, Jim Beam. I thought it was a spicy
That's
one.
a delicious one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How much is that Bacardi down there?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. I'll see you next week. Thank you, sir.
Here they come. I thought that was the armed robber then. I thought that was the armed robber coming in then.
We good. Why would you joke about armed robbery when I'm in a liquor store?
I'm just waiting for you to hold it up, you know.
All right, where's my car?
Someone's nicked Bobby's car now.
All right, I'll pop the link in the chat if anyone wants to get on and join us.
So then I have a little bit of Jack Daniels for myself.
Do you have some soda to go with it?
So when I go, what'd you say?
You got some soda to go with that, or is it going to go straight?
No, I drink it just by its. Yeah. You know what it is tonight when I do some listings. Right now, I'm going to my office. I'm going to take some photographs to do some listings, and then I go back to my house to finish off the listings. You know, I do some drafts.
Put it on the rock, not on the rocks.
You know, when it's chilly like this, you just need it just to
give you that shine. Yeah. All the red bottle. Oh yeah,
look how beautiful that looks.
I do like the fire, Jack D.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's good, right?
I've had it before. I prefer the honey one.
Yeah, the honey one's nice.
Yeah,
It's,
I
it's,
do
it's
too, but
all,
it's a little too strong.
yeah, it's all right. It's not
The honey one.
But I just like I don't know. I like the way the honey one glides. I'm not a fan of normal JD.
No,
I would have
I've had
JD fire
a
over
session on normal JD before, and it's hurt me.
It is.
But the other one they have you ever heard of Jim Beam?
Yeah.
Sour mash.
Yeah. Yeah, it's similar to a Jack Daniels. Not the same. It's similar, but they have like the Red Stag. I think it's like a blackberry whiskey almost, or something like that, or a black.
I think that'd need to be on ice, that one, because it sounds a bit sticky.
No, but the other one is sticky. The honey, the Jack Daniels honey is very sticky. You know.
Yeah, needs perking up a bit of Coca-Cola on it, or maybe, or.
I think Zane's.
I feel bad. There's a couple of guys sleeping in the train station. You know.
I think Zane is going to. Have you not outlawed homelessness yet? Then.
Well, you guys don't have homeless people in the UK?
I think there's some outside my window, actually.
So basically, when COVID hit, the government said to all of our local authorities, all our councils, that you've got to home every homeless person in your area, because they didn't want them out on the streets, spreading the virus. So there are still some homeless people left, but they're ones who are homeless by choice. They got offered accommodation but refused it.
Yes.
So we sort of one of the things that we did a few things at the start of this virus that I thought I would never see in my lifetime. Like we got rid of NHS debt. So our public healthcare had massive debts. Government just paid them all off. We got rid of homelessness to the extent that we said, basically we'll accommodate everyone who's homeless. Obviously, some people refused that and didn't take it. That's their life. They prefer to be on the streets, whatever.
Well, because here in America, they have there's rules. If you live in the homeless shelters, you have to follow their rules. Some people want to follow their rules.
Yeah.
Like you can't bring drugs into the homeless shelter,
Yeah. So yeah, there's still homeless people, but they are less than there were a year ago.
Yeah.
Which I think is a really positive step, and hopefully that'll help out a lot of people. Is my hope. So yeah, I'm not the government response hasn't always been great, but it has done some good things.
Yeah.
Makes you think, why didn't they do that before?
Yeah, I agree.
All of a sudden, they managed to find these billions of pounds out of, well, not nowhere. I think we owe it still somewhere. But
we'll have to pay for it eventually.
I haven't seen a massive impact in the economy because of it yet. The only impact I've seen is because businesses aren't able to open.
Yeah, I think the economy it's going to have a meltdown soon. It's inevitable because
the thing is, so will the rest of the world. So we won't be. Hopefully, everyone will have a Lego fetish by then.
But having said that, it's like 2008. So the amount of money that we spent bailing out the banks was just colossal sums.
Yeah.
And obviously there are economic impacts and everything, but the UK compared to the rest of the world, compared to America, say, seemed to weather it very well. So maybe we do have reason to be confident this time as well.
But now let me ask you a question. I want to make sure we're not getting fake news over here. Some people are still being paid a percentage of their salaries not to work in the UK. Is that true or is that false?
if they cannot work
yes,
because of COVID, it must be because you physically cannot go to work because of COVID. Then you are, I think it's still 80% of your salary.
yeah. So businesses that aren't allowed to open, their staff are paid by the government to prevent that business from collapsing, basically.
It's also a sort of a safeguard for the government, because they pay this now rather than having to pay for them being on the dole later on and getting them back to work. It's like a pay for it now.
So the government is paying a small Witherspoons. They give them money.
They don't give it to Witherspoons as such. Witherspoons have to make an application on behalf of their employees' wages and have to provide evidence of what their wages would have been, should have been a normal trading period.
Yeah.
And they then get it was 80%. I'm not sure what the rules are at the moment. I was on furlough for, I think, 5 weeks when it started, because the shops that I normally work in, because it just happened, they weren't COVID ready. So I couldn't safely work there. But now all shops are COVID ready. They got screens, they got lines on the floor, they got signage, they got procedures in place. Yeah. So now I can go to work as safely as I can.
Yeah.
And our company still offers furlough for people that literally cannot go to work, even though we're a 0-hour organisation. If there was work that would have been available, for example, we steward a lot of stadiums, football stadiums and places like this.
Okay.
So
so if you were to now, let me ask you this. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was going to say that furlough scheme was an impressive achievement as well, because you're talking about millions of people's wages all of a sudden being paid by government like that. So there's,
it helped me out. I'll tell you what. Oh, blimey! It was exactly at the time where I actually started taking eBay seriously as well. So I was quite lucky, because I was getting paid 80% of my salary all day, every day, including days that I didn't normally work on. Okay. Plus, I was getting a trickle income from eBay, because I'd only just started up with a few bits of pieces by then. So I personally didn't notice an effect to my finances. I got through that unscathed, but I know as the first furlough scheme tailed off, didn't it? The percentages dropped, and then the employer had to pay if they kept you on some national insurance contributions, bits and pieces. So it worked out about 60% at one point. So
yeah, so now you're national health care. So Phil, so now the money that so you have, which funds the national health care, you have a percentage from your paycheck taken out every week?
We have two taxes. We have your income tax, and we have our national insurance contribution. Your national insurance contribution generally pays for your pension later on. It'll also pay for any benefits that you have to claim. But I don't think the National Health Service is funded from that. That is funded centrally from all taxes that the government receives. The national insurance contribution is a pension payment thing, which is going to fall on its arse soon, because there's going to be a lot more older people still alive. So they've increased the pensionable ages by a year every now and then, to the point where I won't be retiring at 65 like my father did, well, my father didn't, he took earlier retirement, but when you would normally take it, I would maybe have to retire when I'm 67, because there will not be the money, because there are more people alive that need that money. It's like if the National Health Service does well, it keeps people alive. They still need an income when they're alive, and when they're retired, that the longer they're alive, I'm not sounding, if you know what I mean, but the longer people are alive, they still require money to live, and they're still living a healthy life up to 80s, 90s quite regularly. Whereas previously, say decades ago, you'd expect the average death to be sort of like 70s or so.
Yeah.
So that money doesn't grow on trees. I can understand the government's dilemma. They've got a pot of money from that money that was paid decades ago that's supposed to be funding people now that are in that demographic. and there's a lot more people in that demographic, so the money is getting a bit more scarce.
Yeah, so that would be like we have a Social Security and Medicare tax, which is a set percentage that comes out of your, like, if you're a wage earner, forget about eBay and this and other. Like, if you're just like, if you worked in a grocery store, you would pay 7.5%.
Just hang on a second, but Bobby, we've got a new guest coming in for his first appearance. Let me just see if I can bring him on stream. Hi, Zane, welcome.
Hey, Andrew, Phil, Bob, welcome. Thanks for having me here.
A pleasure. Have you got your tea?
Yeah, I was tucking in my son, and after that I was making tea. And sometime when I'm tucking him in, I actually fell asleep before him most of the time. So, but luckily this time I managed to put him to sleep.
Wow, that's a fancy light. It looks like you're calling from your spacecraft.
No, I mean, normally at this time, like, I do most of the work in evening and before going to bed. I mean, there is nothing much going on in the daytime. So I go live on a Twitch, and at the same time, I might be doing some games and stuff like this, and at the same time getting some work done as well. So it's just like I don't have anything on the wall, so it's look really, really boring. So I have like a LED light on the back, which I normally turn on when I go. I mean, it just brings like a really kind of relaxed, chill vibe, like, okay, well, just sitting back and relaxing. Yeah.
I think it looks cool. Bobby's jealous because he doesn't know how to turn the light on.
I gotta go. Now I'm about to freeze my butt off. I'm about to go downstairs.
Oh! Look at him now. He's showing up on a light. Look at him. As soon as I say you can't turn on a light, you turn a light on just to prove you wrong.
No, I'm in the car. I told you I gotta get out of the car. I gotta go into the store.
So Zane, anyway, introduce yourself to the Money Mental UK community.
Okay, my name is Zane Shah, as it says on the screen. Little bit hard to pronounce, but that's the name. And I've been selling on eBay and Amazon as well from past 8 years now. And not really like a kind of reselling thing. I don't really go to car booths, and I don't really pick up from charity shops and stuff like this as well. So I sell mobile phone and accessories. So we get the used mobile from America, and we get mobile accessories from China. And I sell it over to Amazon and eBay. And since everybody was stuck in a house, so I recently started the YouTube thing as well. And that was the time when I started to hang out with all the reselling community and everything. And it's been really fun. Yeah. I mean, like, there is literally nothing else to do nowadays. So that's the way we meet.
We like Chinese wholesalers.
Yeah. So that's the way yeah. So that's the way we really, hang out with each other nowadays. So that's about me. Been part of the group recently as well, and that's all about me. I'm just like a common man like everybody else, really.
So Tea Cakes Dave has kindly dropped the link in. It's bloody hell, 4K subscribers. Christ, he's bigger than us.
No,
so you have a straight job. This is just a side thing.
Yes. So I would say 95% of my revenue come from eBay and Amazon. So this is just like my side gig. I don't do anything else. I mean,
I'm talking about eBay and Amazon. But I'm talking about other. Forget about YouTube, eBay. Like, okay. Do you have a job? No.
I mean, my full job is selling on eBay and Amazon. I don't do anything else.
No, me too. I just didn't know if you had a straight job or if this is what you're doing.
No, that's my job. And once you're selling on eBay and Amazon, trust me, it is a full-time work. It is a lot of work.
Oh, yeah, no, I know.
And that's...
he knows. He's just amazed that I've got somebody on the channel who actually works hard. Bobby's not used to that.
Because they make fun of me because I'm a part-time, full-time reseller.
Yeah, Bobby sells a suit jacket.
it actually become like a sort of your lifestyle. So even you're sleeping or you're doing whatever you're doing, you're thinking about Amazon, you're thinking about eBay most of the time at that time. So you can't, I mean, I know Andrew, he says he's a part-time seller, but I will say mentally he's a full-time seller. So most of the time, even he have his full-time job in a day, which is his daytime, I mean, the buyer, once you get a reply, you have to reply. Once you have a message, buyer on eBay, they don't really wait nowadays. So you have to send them a message. So you're mentally engaged most of the time with this kind of work. So why not just put your all efforts into it? So, I mean, luckily for me, I had a mobile phone store when I was living in London. So that's how I started selling on eBay and Amazon. And I sold that business 3 years ago. And ever since then, I mean, eBay and Amazon has been my full-time thing. I don't make millions or anything like that, but it pays my bill.
I'm admiring your YouTube channel, though. It's looking very good. I like your thumbnails. This is very good. I'll be watching some of these. Some really how have I not come across your videos before? There's some really interesting content.
So the thing is, so there is a difference. The thing with the most of the YouTube community in the UK is focused on cardboard sale, charity shops, those sort of things. So I have not been hanging and touching that stuff because I don't do that. I don't know anything about it, honestly. Yeah. So I can't really sit here and talk about that kind of stuff. If you ask me how to buy from Alibaba, how the customs will work and everything, I'm more than happy to talk about that. But I have no idea about those
plenty
things.
Of people there are plenty of people who would be happy to have you on as guests to talk about that.
Yeah. For eBay. It's not the same thing.
But normally,
there's a lot of good videos here. I'm going to be binge watching you because I'm liking some of the content here. I definitely think people should give that a look, because especially at the minute, like the type of source you're talking about there about getting stuff from a car beat, whatever. It's not really an option for people at the moment. So buying stuff off Alibaba, etc., is something that people should definitely look.
That is something I was considering doing a video on, but I haven't done a reselling video ever. Most of my content is ancient and all about cats and lasers. So, but there is a lot to learn from buying from places like Alibaba and goodness knows what else. There's a lot of pitfalls you can get into.
No, well, at the end of the day, if it's this what you like doing, then I mean, I would more than.
I have a lot of contacts in Alibaba, and I talk to my wholesalers personally now. I don't go through sort of like when you pull up the Alibaba site, buy it directly off of there. I talk directly to the wholesalers that I got contacts with via Alibaba in the past. You get much better postage deals. You get much better rates per item. They'll also tell you the inside line. They'll tell you about all products they're going to get coming up very shortly. They'll tell you when they're on holiday, because they have different holidays in China.
Yeah, now it's a New Year holidays there. I mean, they're just going through that. Yeah,
I bought a hell of a lot of stock earlier this month, because I knew my contacts warned me if I needed any more by now, because you won't be able to for about 2 or 3 weeks, because we're going to be busy flying dragons and things. So
I personally, I believe all of you have been selling on eBay and Amazon probably longer than I'm alive. I believe now, but I always talk about
I've been selling 10 months now, I think.
Okay, so it's very easy to find a supplier. There is nothing. I mean, you can always find a supplier, but you gotta find a buyer for the products that you buy as well.
Yeah.
So you buy. Exactly. So you don't buy the products I always talk about it. There is a code as well.
Doesn't matter if people want to buy it. It doesn't matter if you can get hold of it. Are you going to make any damn money?
Exactly. That's what matters at the end of the day.
If no one buys it and there's no margin.
I'm liking some of these. I'm definitely gonna Get it? Although I can see you maybe not a fan of managed payments.
But me, no. It's like once you're doing the things on YouTube, honestly, you gotta have like what people are feeling about it as well. So you gotta. It's like you have to speak a YouTube language. So that's how the title is done. I am a very much advocate of eBay managed payment. I mean, honestly, having a PayPal was just a privilege. That's not the normal industry standard is. You have to wait like a week to get the payment from Amazon.
Yeah.
And I mean, with the eBay managed payment, you have an everyday payment hitting your account, which is already very faster. But you have to like, people like a negativity around things. So you have to bring the people in. That's like, you have to speak their language on the YouTube, but I'm very transparent about it most of the time.
Yeah, because on this channel, like, I just don't do titles or anything. This is like, I'm very much like, I describe myself as like an anti-YouTuber, not because I'm anti-YouTube or anyone who does it, but just because I've no idea how many subscribers I've got, no idea how many likes I get. I put out content because I enjoy making the content rather than, wanting to get anything to view it. Because I realized very quickly when I was doing this that I didn't have the patience to produce the sort of the professional content thumbnails to think about and put that effort into it. So I thought, right, what am I going to do? Am I going to do something that's like just, we'll do it for me and just it be more sort of a social thing that brings people together, or am I going to learn how to do it and do it well? And I thought, actually, I'm never going to do it well, so I'm just going to, do whatever occurs to me at that particular time of day. But
everyone tries to make the perfect video, but you just do, right, I'm going on YouTube, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. People just like that as well. If there's not a variety of content, if all content was the same, all perfect thumbnails and professionally done, but people enjoy, right, I'm pressing the button now, if you want to come on and swear and drink with me. People want a bit of variety.
No, but most importantly, you really have to do what you like at the same time. Exactly. So, I mean, as in the case of Andrew, whenever I go live, I don't have this many. If we talk about numbers, I don't have that many people hanging inside my live as well. He managed to build a very good connection with the community. So everybody is, I mean, if somebody is spending 3 hours with Andrew, it's definitely into his content as well. So we don't get to decide what the value is. It's up to the people who get to decide. So if I have a lights or if I have a fancy mic or anything, that probably just my own insecurity because I want to look good on the camera. But that's the thing, like it doesn't really mean that it will bring a value inside the content as well.
I've got a fancy mic that my accountant sent me. And I like the first time I tried to use it live was a disaster. I couldn't work out how to take it off mute. And so we realized that because like upstairs I've got like a room like yourself with like the microphone and the computer and a webcam set up, and we tried using it for a few weeks and like people just weren't engaging as much. They preferred for me they like preferred the on the sofa, but I would much rather sit behind a mic and do it because I think that looks great. That's what I like to watch. But it's like Bobby. I constantly take the mick out of him because he refuses to turn his camera into landscape.
That's what I was looking as well. So if we turn in a landscape, like we will take the whole frame inside. Yeah. That's the way there.
But he won't do it because he doesn't. He thinks that he looks thinner if he doesn't.
Yeah.
Even though I do look how fat I look. I look so cute. Look at this. So let me ask you a question. So sure. What do you say? Zane is your name?
Yeah.
Okay, Zane. Now you said you used to live in London. So where did you move to?
I live in Newcastle now. I mean, London was way too expensive for me, so I moved to Northeast.
Yeah, Newcastle. That's far away from there. No, isn't that on the other side of the country?
Exactly, okay. That's true.
Obviously, you could tell I'm from America, so I don't really know. I know a little bit about the UK, but not, obviously these guys live in the UK, so I don't really know.
I never knew you were from America.
I'm talking to Zane. Not this Welshman, this foreigner Welshman. So have you ever been to America before?
No, I mean, I never been. I mean, there is literally 2 or 3 countries on the planet I have visited, so I haven't been to many countries.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because sometimes we talk. Yeah.
He was going to ask me some question. I think you
But
probably
Bobby's upset now because he thinks that everyone's been to America. Bear in mind, Bobby hasn't left New York State in his life.
That's not the point of my conversation. I'm just trying to explain, because I know sometimes if you say, "Oh, how come this guy doesn't know what I'm talking about," or whatever it is, because these guys always they talk about this town and that city and that pub and that beer and that this thing, and like I might not be familiar with it, but they're familiar with it because obviously I live on the other side of the ocean, so I don't know everything these guys know. Most of the people in the chat, probably 90% are UK.
that Andrew would be able to tell. I mean, he can see his analytics where the people watch him from. So
that's another thing I've never looked at. I only look at the only time I look at my analytics is when Tommy forces me to go and look to tell him how many people from the US are watching, because he wants to see how many people he's managed to send over.
Yes, because you want to see how many people.
I used to look at it, and it used to be really good. Like my audience was 52% ladies and 48% men, and then gradually I upset more people, and it became 75% men. So I stopped looking at it.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to really work on that Mozambique demographic, you know.
I have, but like my percentage from Ireland is quite high, but I only have 2 viewers from Ireland, so I can't figure it out. But I think it counts Northern Ireland as being part of Ireland as well, maybe.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, yeah. So I have like 80% of people watch my channel from UK, and about 10% of from America, and 10% are mixed as well. I mean, I try to like focus on realistic ways to make money online. I'm not really covering drop shipping and all that kid stuff for you know, I don't literally, I hate talking about that. I don't do that. I mean, it's just for the views. And speaking of I mean, analytics and stuff, I mean, I'm not really like sort of obsessed to the point which will make me depressed, but if I'm making, even if it's for fun or if it's for hobby, I'm a strong believer that whatever you do, you have to have some sort of income coming from it as well, because there is no way for you to make it sustainable, because YouTube does require a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of energy as well. So, you know, you gotta have money coming back from it as well in order for you to keep this passion going. That's how I look at that. Yeah.
I what I do is I write begging notes to my subscribers and they ignore me.
That's I mean, that's why I talk about the connection. Yeah.
I have so my accountants, like, you know, I swear to God, all my fees I give them come back to me in super chats. Like they're making a loss on me every month.
Now, Zane, let me ask you another business question, because you said you're doing business on Alibaba, right? So this is more.
I source from Alibaba and I sell on Amazon and eBay. So anything you have about that, I'm more than happy to answer.
Yeah. So now I'm just gonna make an assumption here. I mean, I don't know. You see, maybe you have family from South Asia, or
I'm originally from Pakistan, and 8 years ago I came to London for study, and I liked it, and I stay here. I don't have, I mean, I do have a Pakistani accent, but because I've been to college and university here, so I sort of have a very mixed accent in between that. Not typical Indian one, but I mean, sometimes you guys are talking about typical English stuff, and I have no idea what you guys are talking about. So that's why
I'm just very saying, family and friends you still have on the other side, meaning like, are businessmen? That's because we always ask this question, like, you know, if you're from another region, another part of the world, do people try to, like, is there somebody, because they have a lot of factories, South Asia, or people, you know, do people try to send you merchandise, say, oh, try to get this product into UK for me or something like that? Does that happen too, or not?
Yeah, that's So that's why I have a 2 YouTube channel. One is completely focused on my mother language and one is for Indian audience. So that helped me to build up my relationship with the supplier and helped me to build up the relationship here as well. So I do a lot of sourcing from India, from Pakistan, and about China, because I've been working with the suppliers from a long time. As the Phil said, once you're working with them from a long time, you have that like a personal connection with them, so you don't really have to go through Alibaba platform, or you don't have to have a middle party in there as well. So it does kind of help me because I speak 2 languages. Yeah, it does. I mean, I use that in my favor.
Yeah, no, because I know a guy. He was here. He was from Pakistan. He moved back, but he said because I asked, we're always about business, so we're always asking business. But he ended up moving back to the United States, and he says it's very hard corruption-wise, even a small business. He says if you want to open, say, a small restaurant or something, right? And whatever you guys call the power utility company that comes to put the electric on, he would say you have to bribe that guy. He says
that's true. Yeah.
He says the level of bribery, it will make you want to pull your hair out. He says it's like
you can't literally
bribery on a small level here. Yeah,
you can't get anything done without paying somebody. It's very simple. I mean, if you're speeding on a road, you can literally pay off the policeman and get away with it. I mean, I completely agree with it. No doubt about it.
But when my point is, but when he was used to America and then going back, it was like a culture shock for him. And also, he used to tell me, he says, because he lived here for a long time, and then when he went back, the way people drive in Pakistan, he was like, "Oh my God, I can't even drive on the road." He's like, "It's so different over there." He's like, He said he got so used to the way people driving, and also he told me there was in London. Do you know this area, Tooting?
Yeah.
His friend used to own this spice something restaurant. He says like most famous Pakistan restaurant in London, whatever.
I mean, we are everywhere, so there are the restaurant everywhere as well. So
just to be clear, this channel is an onion-free channel.
Why do you have onion?
I did have
leek is like the national thing in Wales. It's kind of oniony.
No onions.
I did have fried onions on my steak sandwich, which you have to have.
No
onions.
No, you don't. No.
Onions. Why don't you like onions, Andrew?
They're like, they're in everything, which is fine if you like them, but if you don't like them, you can't avoid them. So how
can you cook something without onions? Like literally, I mean, coming from Pakistan, we can't do cooking without onions.
Well, you've experienced the delight of fish and chips. The greatest meal in the world.
That's what you would say. Yeah.
Bobby hasn't. Although to be fair, actually, when I was in New York, like all of the bars were doing fish and chips. Like I couldn't believe that how popular fish and chips was as like a bar meal. Macaroni cheese, no onions in it. Safe on mac and cheese. But yeah, any kind of. I love Thai food, which doesn't have too much in if you go for the right thing. But I do. Don't get me wrong. I do like a good curry, but I have to I have to accept the fact that onions are going to be involved in it.
Somebody said in the chat, like, there's an onion video on Andrew's channel. I mean, you have done like literally videos.
So I lost a bet, which I should never have entered, where the forfeit was eating a raw onion live on YouTube. So yeah,
it's all onions, so raw onion and sautéed onions and fried onions, like we have.
Any kind of onion, Bobby, is bad.
They're not. Shallots, fantastic onion.
No,
spring onions, or what they call them now, salad onions. Brilliant.
No, bad.
Now, how big is the city? How big is Newcastle? I mean, it's a very large city, or it's. I mean, it's not like, obviously London is the huge city now, but it's not.
It's the size of Brooklyn. Would be your comparison.
Wow, it's that big. It's as big as Brooklyn, Newcastle.
Well, if you take the whole area, it's the biggest city in the northeast of England.
Newcastle
Okay,
has
so it's over 1 million people.
I wouldn't go that far.
9,000.
Well, Brooklyn has like 2.5 million people. Brooklyn, is
It's
pretty
not.
big.
It's not as big as Brooklyn. It's not as big as Brooklyn. It's as big as Queens.
I mean, if you ask me, I haven't been living here for very long, so it's only been like year and a half, so I don't know much demographics of it. And ever since we came in, we are just like sort of staying in a house like 24 hours as well. So I haven't seen much yet, but most of my
and it
time I
doesn't
lived
count.
in London.
You've got.
I don't. I mean, even from my accent, like I mean, Jody accent is like I sort of struggle to understand, to be honest. Like, no offense to anyone who is here from Northeast, but it's a bit different from a South, and I mean, it's for me especially who come from another country. I consider myself immigrant, so it's sort of difficult for me to understand.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people from up north. Even for me as American who speaks English as my native language, a lot of people who are from the northern parts, especially Scottish people, and the further up, they're very difficult to understand. They don't speak clearly, so it takes a while, I guess, just to kind of figure out what they're going to say to some. And I'm sure Phil can explain the reason why they don't speak the same way as Phil's posh southern Southampton accent.
This is my YouTube voice. When I'm not on YouTube, my word, I be talking like a farmer because I be from down the south. And do we be going to us by tractor? But yeah, the Newcastle persons. I got quite a few people that work in my company that we have a employee base there, which I understand most of it now because I'm used to it. But yeah, we have Italians, we have Scottish, we have Welsh. My partner is Welsh, so I'm fairly immune to that language now. I can understand most of the Welsh stuff.
You guys have like your English as your mother language, so I don't think you will have any sort of problem understanding it. But especially for
my mother is born in Malta, and as you can probably tell from this isn't a tan. It's I'm Mediterranean of origin, but Malta is a language. It's not my first language, and I don't understand any of it. It's such a complicated language. I think it's based on 4 different root languages. It's horrendous. I can remember my grandfather listening to Maltese cassette tapes of news from his country, and I thought, "What the hell?" It's got Arabian, Egyptian, some Latin, all sorts of weird and wonderful. But Maltese, their primary language is English anyway because of the tourist industry there.
Yeah.
So every Maltese person in Malta speaks English. It's the same as the Welsh. All Welsh speak English. Hardly anyone speaks Welsh there anymore, or as their primary language. I bet. I mean, Andrew isn't even Welsh, are you? You're an immigrant.
I'm English.
Yeah.
I don't.
So you don't speak the Welsh language at all. So
no,
you can't.
So what? So
to speak the Welsh language, you've got to get rid of every vowel and throw it away, and then put on a double consonant every other consonant, and then a couple of like that, and then you've got Welsh sus.
I spent like a year in school being taught Welsh, and like I didn't know any more Welsh by the end of that year than I did at the start, so it was just pointless. I can count.
Speak a little Welsh. I think she can swear in Welsh because there's some words that I don't understand when she's angry with me.
But most people do speak the but like what's the Gaelic is the Irish language?
Gaelic is a bit more vast than that. Gaelic is more of an area than a nationality. It's like covers the Western Isles of the United Kingdom. It can be a little bit Scottish on the western side.
Okay.
It can be Irish. It can even be sort of like Cornwall, which is like the westernmost southerly counties in England to a certain extent. It's like Britain.
But nobody really. Where are these languages spoken? If you go to a pub, like in a countryside? Like, where do you hear these languages?
Normally in the pub, or
Okay.
in villages, in smaller townlets. If you come
Uh-huh.
away from the larger towns and you go to closed, not closed communities, but more closed communities, yeah, you generally get this. But there is such a broad range of accents in England. It's you can literally drive 50 miles and not understand for about 5 minutes. To oh my god, yeah, we're in Liverpool now. I've got to switch to Liverpool. Dongle in.
Our lurker has come out of hiding. There she is, Death by Glamour. Leanne, who has changed her username to something that she knows I can't pronounce. I'm going to try. Liam, I can't do it. I could barely cope with it.
It's like Cornwall. Kind of Gaelic. It has its own language as well. There is a Cornish language, Kernow, isn't it? Kernow. Do we be having a dish of tea? Would you like a cup of tea?
Hello.
I remember as a youth we used to holiday in Cornwall quite a lot, and they used to have phrase books that you could buy, like touristy knickknacks, and it used to be the phrase book, and it used to have, I don't know if all of it was true. I swear I haven't met a Cornishman that actually speaks like that, but I expect people do.
But now, Zane, you like my friend. He said he speaks about 4 or 5 different languages. My friend that was from Pakistan. He's from there. So do you learn multiple language? So you Urdu is your mother tongue, right? Urdu.
So there are many languages in Pakistan and India, like over 70 language, but the major one are like a Punjabi, Urdu, and Hindi. And to be honest with you, like 80% of those languages are very similar to each other. So a person who speaks Hindi might be able to understand and even speak Urdu as well, and also able to understand the Punjabi as well. So I can literally sit here and I can say I speak 5 languages, but 4 of them are very similar to each other. So, but there is a difference. I can't read them because the writing format is completely...
The written language is much different. He says it's written language is much different.
Yeah. So writing format is different. Once we are talking to each other, I mean, we can tell this person is speaking Hindi or Urdu, but a person who is like he don't know the language, they won't be able to tell that. So it's easier for us to Pakistanis and Indians to understand each other without having to even change anything inside the languages, So, I mean, because they are very similar, but the way we write them, they are very different from each other. So, yeah.
It's like one of the biggest problems in England is not so much the accents, because you can get used to an accent. It's they change words. Literally up the road, they'll change words.
Yeah.
Like one of the biggest ones is, what do you call a roll? A bread roll. Now that will change, and people will kill you if you tell.
Do not start that debate. Do not start that. I'll get the bloody cob debate starting again. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You can't. I've got to be careful when I go into a Greggs. If I go there and say I'd like a omelette roll, they'll look at me with daggers. A what?
Well, that's just eggs on a roll.
Yeah.
An egg sandwich. We call that in America. We call that an egg sandwich.
Yeah, you got to be careful what you call it up here, because people have pride in the words that they use for the stuff that they call stuff. And if you don't call it the right stuff when you're in the right town, they're offended. It's like you can't. A child. Do you have different words for a child in America? Like you might call it a kid.
As far as, we call it kid.
A youngster. Now there's people here that might call it a barn.
Barn.
Well, yeah, exactly. I pronounced that in my accent, but it's an accent and a word. Can you put the barns to bed?
Yeah, no, most people would just say my kid. Like if I say, oh, my kids, or, children is a little bit more formal. Oh, the children, But most people will say kids. That's the more common people are going to say. They're not going to say, like I said, most people say children. I mean kids. But it's not
The primary use of all language is to communicate, and if you can get your message across, it doesn't matter as long as people understand. They might disagree with how you said it or how you were saying it, but if you can get yourself understood, you're communicating. So,
Sure.
Andrew, I have a little problem at the moment.
You've run out of alcohol.
So I'm going to disappear out the door for about 2 or 3 minutes and run down the lift shaft to the van where my stash of cider is.
No worries.
I will be back in a second, so you can stare at my pillow and the lovely picture for a couple of seconds. But
I'm just watching Bobby try and interview someone. This is the longest saying that Bobby has kept his camera in landscape mode ever.
Yeah, because I don't want to move because I'm still cold in this basement. It's still chilly. I should have put on another shirt too. I mean, I have plenty of shirts here. I could find one, but it's chilly down here.
All right,
Not
okay.
brutally cool.
But Bobby, I've been asked to ask you a question by Derek. He wants to know. Hang on, he's even messaged it to me because apparently him asking in the chat wasn't enough for me to spot it. He says, ask Krillin if he has heard of haggis, neeps, and tatties.
No, I know people. Somebody explained the haggis, and that's intestines. I thought it was testicles, but it's intestines.
Right. It is, yeah. Well, it's
intestines.
Yeah. That's probably a fair description. Yeah. What about neeps and tatties?
Neeps and tatties. I have no idea. What the hell is a neep?
You must be able to get tatties.
Like testicles? Like that's...
No. If you think about vegetables.
What? Say it again, repeat it.
Tatties.
Tatties.
Yeah.
Tatties. I have no fucking idea, man. I don't know what kind of stuff you guys are making.
So like potatoes. Potatoes, tatties.
Yeah, potatoes. We call it potatoes.
Yeah, so tatties, yeah. And then neeps.
Tatties.
I think neeps is Swede. I only have haggis, neeps, and tatties on Burns night in Wetherspoons once a year, but I can't do that anymore because apparently it's not legal.
No, we don't have any of that. We don't have tatties. Or some people would say taters, I guess, but that's not regional to my region. That's southern region. They would say taters.
It's a Scottish thing. They're a bit different in Scotland.
Yeah, but he's not Scottish.
Nobody lives in Scotland.
I know, but
me?
What, for what, a week?
No,
for a week?
Who's in the chat? Tap Peddler. He had haggis, neeps, and tatties for dinner tonight.
But he's not he's from Birmingham. He's not from...
Oh, he's from Wolverhampton. You can't be calling people from Wolverhampton and saying they're bloody Birmingham.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's like
he's from Wolverhampton.
It's the equivalent of saying people from Long Island are from Manhattan.
Oh, is it? Okay. No, but that's some people. A lot of people in Manhattan are from Long Island. Like you guys always love to talk about Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
The famous.
I reckon Zane's the only one of us who's got kids. None of us have been successful enough to procreate.
No, it's not listening, so I have a headphone, so you guys, feel free to talk about anything. That's fine.
I was going to say, how old are your kids?
I have only one. He's 3, so it's going to be 3 in a couple of days. So he's 3.
That's the knowledge of that's me and the knowledge of kid talk done. I don't.
No, there is nothing. I mean, there is a lot, but I mean, yeah, it's a kid's thing.
Are you like married then, or?
Yeah, so about 5 years now.
Bloody hell!
Nice.
So, like my longest relationship, we worked this out, right? Is now 4 months because I technically had one that was 4 months last year, I think. I think it was last year. Could have been the year before. Can't keep up. So 5 years is impressive, and Bobby just pays for his relationship. So.
No, I mean, once we get into a relationship or got married, we don't really get divorced, so it's an options. I mean, it's like it's very common. I mean, in the Western kind of countries, like, but it's not very common where we come from. So,
yeah.
I mean, depends on how better you have understanding with each other as well. Sometimes there isn't much option as well, but it's. As long as you love each other, the time just goes like this. It's like 5 years feels like yesterday, really.
But you guys met here, not over there.
Yeah, here.
Okay, all right.
So my wife is Italian. She's not English, or is not from Pakistan as well. So
That's cool.
But she was born in Italy, or her parents were born in Italy.
She, like me, born in Italy, raised in Italy as well. Like me, I was born in Pakistan, raised in Pakistan. We both came here for the studies, so we literally, like, both of us are immigrant in this country.
Oh, so then you could. Do you guys? Does she ever speak Italian? Do you speak Italian to her?
So I when I go there, she translate for me. So once we go back to Pakistan, I translate for her as well. With each other, we speak English. So if you're living in England and that's the language people speak here, so better learn that and speak that.
But I'm saying after learning, like, you never tried to speak Italian. You never were interested in speaking Italian.
No, I do.
It's got enough body languages going on.
No, I do understand, like, if two people are talking to each other, I might not be able to tell what they are talking about, but I might be able to tell the subject of the conversation as well. So the things like a little conversation starter, how are you feeling, what you're cooking, what you had for dinner, these sort of stuff, like, I can't have a conversation in Italian with any person.
Bobby, don't you speak a little Spanish?
Oh, for God's sake, he does not speak Spanish.
I'll give you a few phrases if you want. I'll give you a few phrases if you have any.
I studied Spanish. I got a qualification in it. It's strange. I can't remember a lot of it. I can remember a lot of French. But me llamo Felipe. ¿Cómo te llamo?
Yeah, you've just completely confused Bobby by speaking a language he only claims to understand.
No, he says my name is Philip. What is In Italian, in Spanish, it's actually me llamo.
Italian and Spanish are reasonably similar, aren't they, in their grammatical rules?
But in Italian you say mi chiamo Roberto. Come
you have to roll the R better than that. Roberto.
But your accent is not so good.
Or Felipe. You got to learn the rolling of the tongue.
Yeah, make an R sound inside.
Yeah, English is one of the only languages that doesn't roll any letters. It's a lot of other European languages, a lot of other language roots around the world have lots of and sort of like vocal sounds. Even Welsh, no.
I mean, I never really got the origin of Welsh. Like, I mean, it's very close to, I mean, England and Wales. Like, I mean, it's the same people, but I mean, speaks a two different language. But I mean, I know people understand English there as well. But what is like origin behind it? Where is the language came from?
English is a made-up language. It's mainly Germanic, with a lot of borrowed. We've been invaded so many times in the last 2,000 years that we picked up that there's plenty of French, German. There's a lot of not Swedish, but Scandinavian language in there as well. There's probably roots from a lot of the basin around the bottom of the Mediterranean may have crept in there. Also, in the last couple of 100 years, where the UK used to decide they're going to invade just about the rest of the world, we brought back language words from them, like pajama is Indian, isn't it? The bungalow, I think words like this. English is just a language full of other people's words.
Yeah, it's a lot of mixed up. That's why a lot of the rules are like when you learn Italian and Spanish and the other Latin language, Romance languages, their rules are much more consistent. But in English, you'll say, why is it said this way? Why are you saying tornado and not tornado?
Some of the English rules are ridiculous. All
why
the
are you saying read and not read?
There's and half our rules we break. We say there's a rule not saying a certain word, and then apart from all of these words.
The whole point of rules is to break them, unless they're made by me, in which case never break them.
I before E, except after C, except for all of these words. It's like French. That's a language where the easiest way to remember how to speak in French when reading it is to ignore the last letter, because they never pronounce the last letter most of the time.
Bordeaux, Merlot.
Yeah. Bordeaux ends in an X. You don't say Bordeaux, do you? It's Bordeaux or Francais. It's got an S on the end, but it's Francais.
Or how about filet? You don't say filet mignon.
No. Exactly. So a lot of the last letters are not pronounced or pronounced very softly, so you can barely hear them. I think French is a really beautiful language to listen to. It's quite a difficult language to learn. Some of their tenses, my word. Past, perfect, plural, perplex.
I agree, and it is exactly for that reason that I only got a grade C in GCSE France.
I got a grade C because I could write it, but I couldn't speak it. On my oral, I got an E, and I got something like a B in written, so I got a C O level in it in the end. But I can still remember a lot of my French, but I can't remember hardly any of my Spanish.
That's exactly the same as Bobby. He just reads signs and pronounces them back. That's his entire approach to Spanish.
It's like
you saw me
in
speaking the
Southampton. We have
Spanish
a
with
lot of
that girl.
signs in Polish now.
I saw you speaking at a Spanish woman and then getting chucked out of a store.
No, she was upset because she don't. You know what? She didn't want to be filmed, and I didn't ask her permission. I shouldn't have done that.
Oh God!
Even though she has a face mask on anyway, you can't see who she is. But
yes, you just turned up and pointed a camera in her face like a really crappy CNN.
All the English people want to know.
Where Bobby is gone?
He has intermittent problems with his mobile phone, I think.
Yeah,
okay.
I think we just tell him a better one, Zane.
It's called not charging it.
Any plan for you have any listing to do?
I've still got to send out all my orders today, but I'll do that later because I don't have to start work very early. Plus,
if you post them on Saturday, I don't know. I mean, I don't do my shipping most of the time.
I don't actually have to send any of my stuff until Monday, but I have a lot of competition with the stuff that I sell, and I get a lot of my sales because I'm a very, very fast, rapid, conscientious seller, and I have to keep that up. And it's like today, I'm in a hotel room because I'm working away, but my hotel is only 4 minutes away from my place of work. So I came back here and posted stuff because I've got a post box outside the hotel. I'm quite lucky. I'm down to. I've only got 3 orders to pack from this evening, which I can get that done. A lot of my feedback is because I sell fast and I use what's that thing eBay do? Premium seller shenanigans.
Oh, the fast and free.
Oh God, that is so hard work. But you do get some money back. It actually pays for the shop. In total, I think I get about 20-30 quid back from it, and it pays for the subscription to the shop. So, but also the feedback that you get. I think I've managed to maintain 100%, which is unheard. I've even had 2 feedbacks this week, which were negative feedbacks with a plus sign next to them.
Subtle.
Someone said, I haven't received my Lego figure from November. And then I looked into it. It was a plus. I think they sent me a feedback thinking it was a messaging service. But I thought that this is weird. So I looked into it, and he set up his account that same day he ordered something from me. And I thought, okay. So I'm not replying to you because I know what your game is. You get those people.
Some people just to get like a lot of attention, they will leave the same message in a feedback message you multiple times there as well.
Even though the way eBay does it, they save your last 6 ones, and sometimes you press the wrong one. I don't know, but I had identical feedback again today as positive, but complaining they haven't received the figure yet or something like this. And I thought, well, this is odd because you shouldn't have received it yet because I've only just sent the damn thing. But again, there's a positive one. But the good thing is it now means that they pressed the button and said they've received it. Because I've checked my lates and it hasn't appeared on it. And I thought, my word, I don't know. Some of these people just don't understand. But I'm glad they done it the wrong way that way, because sometimes people leave you negative feedback when they meant to leave you positive.
Yeah, you were right. It might be the reason they have like a stored feedback inside there, and they're just keep repeating the same.
I've done it by accident before. I've sent random by accident. I pressed the wrong button. Oh God, it doesn't really work. Feedback isn't as big an issue as people sometimes make out it is. Sometimes it can be, but
I mean, the problem is once you get a negative feedback saying a certain thing, then you will have a lot of return relevant to that as well. So normally people, when they buy something and they don't like a little bit about it, they go and read your feedback. So if there is somebody else saying the same thing as well, they have like another trigger to just say, okay, well,
and it really you had a point of view against you.
So that's only the thing.
I'm 100% at the moment, and I will try to keep 100%. But if I get 2 or 3 negative feedbacks in the future, they'll just have to run, because I won't be able to chase the whole lot of it down. And from a business sense point of view, it'll be pointless, because I'll be just chasing money.
So I think feedback and whatever, it's the same as anything in life. It's like you say, if people hear somebody complain about something, then actually
they get on the bandwagon.
Yeah, well, not necessarily the bandwagon, but they might feel that actually there's a voice here. It's okay for me to say this isn't okay as well. So sometimes I'll speak out against things that I don't feel are right, and then you find that other people have.
I've read all your feedbacks, Andrew, and even the ones that were negative, and you're straight into the point with some of them. They send you feedback before asking you.
Yep.
And all you got to do is say, well, they never mentioned this issue before this, and I know perfectly well. And if you read the rest of your feedback, you know that you respond to anyone's inquiry or message to you almost immediately. So if anyone was to read your feedback, you would hope that they actually read all of the other positive feedback that reinforces the fact that you're a decent seller.
Yeah.
People may or may not do that, but that's the world.
It is. But yeah, I agree with what some of the comments in the chat about, the feedback system doesn't feel like the best way anymore to measure performance on eBay.
It doesn't alter your metrics.
No.
But it does alter perception.
Yeah, the main problem with eBay is like they really have to, rather than feedback, they have to have like the review section really strong as Amazon as well. So that reviews has to be very much just with the European article number or UPC code. And the problem is like eBay is not very strict about it. So even you are listing any item, you can literally put any EAN number or UPC code and it will just accept it as well. And then all the feedback will pop up for that listing as well, which is like it's not really good picture for the buyer as well. You might be looking at something else and looking at the reviews
where a buyer has been a bit lax. They now think that that's the service they're going to get.
Exactly. And the feedback is overall like about your store. So it's not really affiliated with one product as well. Feedback is like an overall general buyer experience. So eBay really have to be really, really have to see something about like a EN number as well, like Amazon does. So then the buyer can get more picture. And then there is other problem, like this is another thing where the sellers are starting to list the item from 0.01 or 99p up to 9.99 as well.
Oh yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, it's not really good for the buyers as well. So I would call it's just simple click and bait. So it's that's the things that really
you get that a lot on multi listings on eBay, don't you? Where they'll list 99 items, and then the bottom one will be like a packaging item, which shows up as 99p, whereas everything else is a fiver or tenner or something.
Yeah,
like you say, it's a bit clickbaity.
Yeah, if they both are very relevant, that's fine. Sometimes you have a one quantity, sometimes you have
sellers do try to make them relevant. It's like I've noticed it when I sell, or when I used to sell coins, you'd list a load of expensive single coins, but your bottom item or your top item would be the holder for a coin, which would only cost 99p. Whereas most of your coins might cost 10, 20, 30 pounds.
Yeah.
No,
that pushes you up in the. If someone presses I want to list everything from the lowest to the highest, that's the first one they're now going to look at.
Exactly.
But there again, if you know that works, just do it yourself.
It's manipulated, because if I'm going on there looking for a particular product and I do my search by lowest price, and I'm scrolling through dozens and dozens of listings that
they send you a sample, don't they, or something?
And I can't, and it takes ages to work out which is actually the cheapest product of that type, and it really annoys
me. You know roughly when the cut-off point is, because you can see a bland level of stupid cheap, then it jumps, and you think, this is where you should be looking from. But like you say, it's time-consuming.
I don't get why eBay allow it, to be honest, because it's like about 20 different listings squeezed into one. And actually, if they didn't allow it, that would be 20 discrete listings. So theoretically, eBay would get more insertion fees.
Yeah. But normally the people who are doing a lot of listing, they have a store subscription. So probably from that point of view, I mean, it would be, but it has to be. Well, but the eBay have done it now. When they started it, there was no any rules or anything. But now your starting price and your ending price, there can't be the difference like a 5x. So if your minimum price is £1, that you can go until $4.99. So if you try to do $9.99 and 99p, you can't do that. So that's what they have done, but it's not really. I don't see that working as well. Like there is always a way around it. But
so there's another problem I see is problem with the description. It's like, Zane, you sell mobile phone accessories.
Yes.
Supposing you mentioned something in your description, for example, a Samsung S21 phone holder, but it wasn't made by Samsung, would eBay flag you for that?
So if you're using words like...
I get this problem with Lego. My stuff is not Lego. I make it perfectly clear it's not Lego, but I used to put in my description compatible with Lego. And all my listings got flagged because it said the word Lego in it when it wasn't Lego. Now, it stays live if you don't touch it. They just flag it and say you're not allowed to do it, but they don't seem to do anything about it. But if they're flagging it, I've changed all of mine to say fits popular brands. And then in the description below, in the larger word of description, it explains perfectly what the product is. However, I'm now competing with people that have left their listings up there saying it's custom Lego, leaving the word Lego in there as a search word that I have to compete against, whereas that is now illegal. I thought, I'm going to complain about every single one of these because this will make my sales better. But I thought, is this being a bit, am I being an arsehole to these other sellers, or it's costing me business because I am describing my item as it is. These people, they are describing their item as it is, but it's against eBay's policy, if you like. I'm thinking, you don't want to piss eBay off. At the same time, you don't want to piss the buyer off by... You've got to describe it accurately, and their flagging mechanisms are very weird.
So normally, like once you're listing a branded item and your item is not branded, and you are like, it works with some sort of, like you mentioned about the charging cable, for example, for X21. So what I found, if you use a logo inside the picture, that is going to be the problem. But if you're
so it
going to
can't-
write the title like
can't read it.
charging lead for Samsung S21, so if you're, as long as you're saying charging lead for S21, you're going to be fine. And where inside the item specification where it says the brand, you just put unbranded. I never had any
All
problem
my
with
item
it.
specific, so it's unbranded. There's a disclaimer in my it even says it's custom. This is not Lego. This is not Disney. This is not MC Comics. This is not whoever it is. It's perfectly, described. It's just that it's the flagging in the title words. You'd like the word Lego in there, but I think what it was on my particular instance is Lego are starting to kick off, because some of the figures that I'm getting from China that are Lego-ish are actually better than Lego, fit better than Lego, and are printed better than Lego. So I think Lego will start kicking off a little bit. But there's so many of us that do this that so we're not trying to con anyone. We tell people what it is. It's like a lot of my competitors fall down on their photographs because they just use the stock photograph from Alibaba or something like this, which is not very good. What I do is I always build the figures myself, photograph them myself, and put 10, 11, 12 of them into the listing, because that is how your listing is assessed by eBay as to being a good listing. You've got to have a lot of photographs in it. And in the description underneath, you also mention these are all my photographs, not stock photographs. But the thing is, a lot of people are buying on the mobile phones these days, and they don't read half of this.
It is more difficult. The eBay app has flaws from a buyer's perspective. It's more difficult to read an item description than it should be on the eBay app. The Amazon app is much better for buying products on than the eBay one. They definitely need to work on how they present stuff there. Even like when I'm looking at a listing of something I've sold, to take like a picture of it to show the lads, it takes effort to get a bloody shot in to say this is what it is, this is the product, whatever. It definitely needs more work. Bobby, you look like you're falling asleep.
Falling asleep. It's 5 hours before you. I'm 5 hours behind you guys.
Yeah, but you normally have a nap.
I have a question about this is for Zane.
Yeah, go on.
Now, I want to say like cell phone. You said that's what you're very familiar with, like cell phone cases and accessories, that kind of stuff. That's what your expertise, you would say, is.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, let's just, because like, as you know, we go to these markets and a lot of secondhand items and mixed lot items. Obviously you're familiar with who we get, which is not what you do, obviously, but you're familiar how other people do it. So is there I want to say obsolete, I don't know if that's the right word, but like outdated, like say cell phone cases and tablet cases for units that are from 5 years ago? Is there any value at all? Like let's say if somebody's at a flea market, car boot, something like that, and there's a milk crate full of mixed cell phone cases, but some are from 8 years ago, some are from 3 years ago. Is there any value in that?
I can take this one, Bobby. I've got 2 words for you: burner phones. People buy burner phones, don't they? Drug dealers, they buy the burner phones.
No, I'm talking about the cases.
Yeah, but they need cases for their phones, don't they?
Yeah, but they don't really care about putting the case on a burner phone anyway. They have to throw it. Yeah, well,
like for example, if I showed you a picture of a tablet case from 6 years ago, is that worth zero?
I have got you. No, they don't really worth anything. I wouldn't really pick them up. And the reason, like, even if it's iPhone 4, 5, the case don't really sell that well nowadays for those as well. So regardless how much you're so regardless, even you're getting them for free, you have your eBay fee, you have your postage and everything, it's not really worth the time. So I would say if it's an Apple phone, don't really pick up anything which is below iPhone 7 nowadays. And if it's Samsung, then don't pick up anything like I would say before Samsung S6, don't pick up anything below that. So that would be ideal for you. And when there is a Note series, then after Note 8 probably you will be fine picking up with that. And iPhone
so
4
fairly only stuff that's fairly recent.
They don't really worth it, honestly. Like people who have that 10-year-old phone, they don't bother putting the cover on it anyway. It's just like
It's probably still got a smashed screen.
Yeah. But sometimes those older model, like for example, if your screen is smashed for Samsung S5, the cost of the money that you're gonna spend to repair that screen, you're actually better off buying a new phone, which is a newer model. So the cover, they don't really worth it as well. So
now, as far as the
people just retain their phones, don't they? Just because of the data that they have on it, and they have no idea that they can probably draw the data off to somewhere else remotely and put it back on another phone.
Sorry, most of the data that people keep nowadays, they are in the cloud. So it's people don't really bother about the data having a data inside the phone. So if you have an iPhone, you have your pictures on iPhone.
Some people don't realize that they got their old phones and they think that's their life.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, but
they haven't put on.
But now, Zane, are you familiar with? I mean, so basically, your entire business is basically new items that you're buying and then reselling.
Yeah.
Like you said, you're not really in the pre-owned game. That's not really anything
we are in a pre-owned game as well, but so those are basically the mobile phone, but we buy the lots for the phones. So we buy them off an auction. Let's say there are 100 iPhone 6 coming on. They have a lot on it. So we will buy that lot. We will bid on those lot. Once we have it, then we divide them into different grades as well. So this is grade A, grade B, grade C, and all the grades will go into different prices. But especially like as I mentioned, it is a second-hand thing, but not it's not really much about like a car boot or charity shop hunts or that's.
But that's what because that's most of the people here. Obviously, as you know, most of the people, that's what they're doing, and it's like, so we always need to know, like, so if like sometimes that's what happens is I'll go to sales, right? Because we have, even in America is a little bit different than you guys have in UK. But I go to a lot of something called estate sales, where you're going into their house and there's somebody who either passed away or they're moving or something happened, and you're literally going through. They literally have a whole house full of stuff, and then a lot of times, you go into their drawer, the desk drawer, and they might have like 5 phones. Maybe some are broken, some of this, some of that. Now, like you said, like an iPhone 6. What are they up to now? 10? Or I don't even know what they're up to now.
12. iPhone
12. Okay.
Yeah.
Bobby.
But now these ones that you're bidding on, these are all, like, for example, when you're bidding on these, are the ones you're looking at, all right, this is tested, or it's random, or their parts are repair, or, like, what do you follow what I'm saying? Like, do you already know that they're working, or do you say, like, if would you buy a lot of like broken phones? Are they worth 0 to you?
So, well, once we buy them, the thing is, all of them are working. They are tested already, but they have a different condition when it, like, a cosmetic damage and everything. So that's what we look at. But there are dead lots, but we call them dead phone lots as well. So I don't do that because it's a lot of work. I have to hire a repairman for it as well. But nowadays, like, it's not really suitable option for me.
Yeah, that's not your trade. That's not your trade. You're not a phone man per se. Okay.
But there's
a lot of people in that. Those I fix, you break kind of guys.
How is the iPhone 4 holding up, Bobby?
I'm sorry?
How is your iPhone 4 holding up?
No, this is not this is a This is a Samsung phone from
Good man,
made for
Samsung.
Metro PCS, which is a cheap company. You know, I don't even know if you what is that? Is it the same one? No,
What
I
the hell is
don't.
that?
You know, I'm due
Is that
for
a
a new
house
one
pet?
soon, but I always want. But we always hear because this is always what we think, Zane. Because I know you said you're pretty new to watching these. Like in the last few months, you've been watching a lot of like these videos on, car boots and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like we always, our goal is when we're talking amongst each other. I mean, when we're not talking about drinking and different stuff, you know, and yeah, and food and women
Yeah.
and whatever it is, our goal is when you go out we call it the wild. Like we're talking like we're like
We're
explorers in the 15th century.
hunter-gatherers, aren't we? We're hunter-gatherers.
Yeah, we're like John Cabatini. We're sailing across the ocean. But we're like we're saying we're out in the wild. Like if you see a pile of something, it's always because you go to these charity stores or you go to auctions, car boots stuff. It's like you have to know what you're looking at. So it's like if I see a pile of something on the ground, do I even go into that box? So like because that's my curiosity is like something like phones. You said that you don't even. You said you only those lots because you're gonna go take that lot, break it up, and then put them on eBay per se, pretty much, or Amazon.
Yeah, that really comes down to, I mean, as the product knowledge, like you learn something new every day. Sometimes you have to pick up the things and try them. I mean, yesterday I was watching Andrew videos, and he said, well, if he will sell the clothes in the future, he might pick up the stuff which is well known, like Zara, Next, all those kind of brands. So other brands are not really something that he will be thinking to sell. So that's a very good point. I normally watch those kind of videos because some of the audience that I have on my channel, they want to start from somewhere. So I always advise them, okay, start hunting from a cardboard sale. And they ask me this question, well,
Yeah.
what we need to look, what we need to go and actually see how the product will be worth selling. And I have never done it as well, like, to be honest with you. But again, it's something I always say, okay, don't find the customers for your product, try to find the products for your customers. So first you have to understand who you want to sell it to. If Andrew want to sell the clothes, then he have to know, okay, what the people who are wearing the clothes are into nowadays.
Yes.
So they are into Zara, they are into Next, and then he will pick up the clothes from the Zara Next. So he's not really picking up the items and then trying the customer, finding the customer for it. He knows his customer, and then he's picking up the items for it as well. So, again, if you are into phone and you think, okay, well, I need to sell this phone and I am in this cardboard sale and that probably will be worth. First, you have to see your consumers as well, if they are into that kind of stuff. So sometime you learn hard way, sometime you learn soft way, sometime, this is the game, we have to take a risk anyway. The bigger the risk, sometimes the bigger the profit, or sometimes you don't really make anything. But we just gotta keep going, just gotta keep doing. And if
you're going to learn eBay, eBay, you've got to get some of the rubbish to start off with, or some of the cheaper products, just to learn eBay. If you're not conversant with eBay before, you need to learn the fail on the stuff that doesn't cost you the money. You got to learn the system as well as the products and your customer, because there's no point having the stock. There's no point having the people you want to sell it to if you have no idea how to sell it and what the foreboils of your selling platform is going to be. You've got to make all of them. If you're starting from scratch, your best bet is to actually look around your house and just build up a little bit of feedback, build up your knowledge of how stuff happens, build up how the customer is going to react, because some of them are arseholes, some of them are really nice. And then you can start investing into what it is you really, really, really want to do, and start. You just push it up gradually by steps, and you have to push up the platform, your customer, and your stock base. They're all different animals, and you've got to juggle them as you're going up especially if you're doing it from scratch. I mean, it's okay if you're really into your eBay, you've already done eBay for a long time, or you've done Amazon or Etsy or any other selling platform for a long time. That's fine, because you can then just concentrate on your other type of research as to what customers you want to sell to, what type of stock you can get hold of, and match and pair that up and do your research. It's hard work. It's hard work, but you've got to try and bring everything up at the same level. It's no good having a massive good customer base you can sell to and the stock to do it to if you don't know how to sell it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you.
Parts of that triangle all the time. You need to have your stock, your customers, and your platform, and you need to know how to juggle that and be able to cope with it.
Or just rely on blind luck like me.
Yeah, I'll put it on sale. But there again, that works. If you just put something on sale, see how it goes, and you'll learn. Everyone's going to make a mistake. I think what's the famous saying a lot of people say? There's always an eraser on the end of your pencil. There's a reason for it. Because you're going to make a mistake.
The worst pickup I ever had was menopause pills. Like trying to sell menopause pills on eBay. Just like, yeah.
I don't think you can now. Drug-related stuff is really harsh to sell.
Yeah. They just they didn't sell. Like I ended up, I did actually make money on them, but I ended up selling them to subscribers who were,
a lot of menopausal ladies.
The stuff, yeah. So like, because they were good pills. I was much cheaper than Boots, which was the biggest supplier of them, but people didn't go to eBay to buy them, basically. So they went to Boots to buy them.
Like, Mel that was on earlier, back from Burnout, she had a fantastic ethic where she will buy stuff and sell stuff which people would find woo, and sort of like adult related stuff. If you're not embarrassed by it, a lot of people will only buy this brown envelope through online. And if you can find a good product or something like that at a good price that you can make a decent profit on. I remember the job that I do, where I do a lot of merchandising and shutting and closing of stores, revamping of stores. When I think it was Poundland went bust in the UK, and no, not Poundland, 99p stores went bust, and Poundland bought something like about 900 of them. And I was part of the team that set up all the Poundland stores that bought all of their sites. And you hear stories in there where you get these wobbly things that the ladies like and all this sort of thing, and they sell them for £1. Some of the staff and they were saying there were people coming in weekly buying boxes of them, and they said I'm on eBay and you won't believe how much I can sell these for. You think, my God, have I bought that? But there's different streams, isn't there? There's once you find a particular niche. Once you have the systems in place, and once it's like Zane is doing, you listen to other people's way of doing their business models, whether they're reselling tack from car boot sales, whether they're thrifting, whether they're retail arbitrage, whether it's buying wholesale. It's basically all the same thing, isn't it? We're all buying something that we're going to sell more than we sold it before, and we want to do a lot of it to make the money. That's the basics of it. All you got to do is know how to do it, or try to learn, because you're always going to be learning along the way, and they will always move. Whoever the platform is, whoever the customer is, whoever the stock supplier is, they're always going to be moving the goalposts around a little bit.
I think the most important thing to have is to be able and prepared to adapt.
Yes, you must do. You can't say, I'm selling this and that's how I'm going to sell it. Mm-hmm. If all of a sudden the customer says, wow, I like it like that, and all the other customers say, well, so do we, and you say, well, I don't care, you're not going to sell it.
18 months ago, I would never have sold clothes, picked them up, touched them. Now it's probably the biggest part of my business.
Yeah.
Just because, you know,
I'm very much like Nick. I know absolutely nothing about clothes sale. I have no interest in it at all. And also, the thing that scares me the most about it is me, because if I buy something online, a clothing item, it rarely fits. And I'm thinking, well, if I'm selling clothes, that's probably going to rarely fit my customer. And the amount of returns I'm going to have to deal with, I really don't want to. And also, like I say, I know absolutely nothing about clothes. I mean, I wear stuff I buy online from other YouTubers. So, but there again, that's a good thing, because everyone is always selling different stuff, aren't they? I mean, I sell pieces of plastic from Alibaba, which at 150% profit. All you got to do is do it better than everybody else, or at least as good as everybody else. As long as it's paying the bill, you have a job.
Speaking of sales, I've just had one.
Oh, we've got to guess it again.
It's time for Guess the Price with Money Mental UK. This is an epic sale. It's the best sale of the night so far.
So it's higher than the other one.
It's I wouldn't necessarily say that. It's a piece of media, and I'm not even sure I'm going to break even on it. But sometimes I'll just accept sales just to get rid of crap.
$3.95.
So we've got $3.95 so far. Neil's got $7.95, $2.99, $6.95. Let's put it this way: the postage cost is nearly 50% of what I've sold it for.
Is it large letter?
Yep. We've got
$1.95.
Sean's gone $295.
I'm changing to $1.95.
We've got a guess that's a penny out.
That would be about under £3.
So we haven't got an exact guess yet, but yeah, definitely under £3. Right.
$2.99.
We're still not there. We've got a guess that we're going. We're okay. We're getting some crazy guesses. Tap Peddler Derek's got it. £2. I've sold a piece of media for £2.
Yeah. All right, guys. See you later. Time for me to take pictures. I got to use the phone for pictures. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Take care, Bobby.
Cheers.
Yeah, Andy, we're not really holding you from something. I mean,
I've got to go to bed in a minute. Because I believe Peter Ray is live at 11 o'clock in the morning. So I want to catch him. So yeah, I'm gonna head off to bed in a few minutes. But it's been lovely talking with both of you. It's been lovely to meet you in person, as it were. Same as well.
I'm quite lucky I'm in a hotel room. I'm not disturbing my partner. So
it'll be a loss. It actually won't be a loss because it'll go for 93 pence shipping. The fees on it should be about 60p. So it's about, if you factor in the cost of the postage and whatever, it's about 10p profit on it.
Do you know how to get around that? I'm sure did I mention it the last time I was on? How I get around low postage, low sale value items and making your postage.
Your stamps.
Yeah, I've got I've recently bought another 600 or 700 quid's worth of them, and I'll tell you what, it's a lifesaver, because it puts my postage to 65%, and if I have to send a large letter at 96p, 65% of that is what, about 64p, something like that. It's if you're selling bulk, lots of small items, it doesn't add up.
Are the stamps that other sellers are selling on eBay, are they even legit? They are very, very cheap. I mean, there is no way.
You've got to be very careful. Again, it's about getting your contacts. I know a lot of eBay people now that sell. What they do is their business is selling expensive stamps and stuff. They buy a hell of a lot of stuff from auctions, like entire stamp collections. And what they do is out of those, they break them all down. And all I'm interested in is stamps that have full gum and have never been used in the post. I'm not interested in all the ones that have been steamed off of paper and all this crap. No, they got to be like at the moment I've got my little box of stamps here just for stuff that is unusual post levels, but I have an entire box down here which I'll be using tonight. And what I do is they've all got commemoratives on them from other people's collections that have never been used, or they come out of prestige booklets. They come out of people's stamp collections, but the price of buying a stamp for your collection these days is less than the actual face value. So I can buy stamps. I buy them in bulk off of people that have broken down collections, and it worked out last year. It took my cost of postage down to 65% of its face value. Now that saved me about £1,000 in postage, which is considerable. Okay, you have to spend your time hunting down this, but the majority of my sales are all large letter. So and also it is quite fun going through them all and sorting them all out. I've got OCD like that. I love sorting through stamps and stuff. In fact, one of my suppliers today sent me an email, said he's got around about £200 or £300 worth of stamps that are valued on face between 1 and 30p, which is ideal for me because I've got a lot of first and second class, what they call non-valued stamps. They just say first on them. So if the value of a first class stamp goes up, it's still worth the value of what it is when it goes up. So it's actually a better investment to buy them whenever, because they go up. It's like first class stamps went up from
They went
up from first class stamp from 76p to 85p on the 1st of January. I had over 1,000 of those in stock, so I made £90 the moment that happened, just from having the stamps in stock. And my actual value of sending a letter out, instead of having to add a 12p stamp to it, I now only have to add an 11p stamp to it to make it a 96p large letter second class. So all those stamps I had last year appreciated in value and then cost 1p less. I know only it sounds like 1p and 12p and God knows what else, but when I'm sending out 3,000 to 4,000 of these, this amounts to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds. So, and also it affects your feedback because people love it. The amount of feedback I get, I say, I also love the stamps you have. And it also is recycling the stamps that people have had in their lofts and in their collections. It's now getting into use. People that like recycling stuff snip them off, put them to charity. It then goes on to someone else's collection, and it saves me money. And it's also a factor, especially because it's quite competitive in the stuff that I sell. A few pence matters. Now, if I can undercut someone because my postage is 35p cheaper than theirs, or not, it isn't. I always do free post, and they include free post, I include free post. But when I include it, I've got a margin of 35p to play with. They do not. Either that, or they make a hell of a lot less money than I am. So it's it's all little tiny tricks of the trade. It's like micropayments on PayPal. I'm still making the most of that while I can until they catch up with me and actually do put me on to manage payments. They've been threatening to do it for months, and when they do that, I'll have to, again, where I'm OCD, I keep a spreadsheet of every single sale, and I've got tables of data on Excel that extend thousands of every single sale. Now that's quite laborious to do, but you can then analyze the data, you can interrogate the data to see what will sell and what will make a profit. Stuff that doesn't make a profit, don't sell it anymore. Stuff that's making a profit, concentrate on, look for more of that type of stock.
That's why I've moved away from media. I'm ignoring the Payne brothers. media used to be my biggest seller. You know, I made a lot of money from it. I used to get good hauls, like I get 100 games.
It's dropped so low now, isn't it?
But the postage prices have gone up so much, and the price of the media hasn't increased to match. So the margin is just getting more and more squeezed. And what was like, you know,
the other little costs are going up slowly, and not slowly, some quite considerable rate. It's like the postage when it suddenly jumped on the 1st of January this year was around about, on average, for the type of post that I sent out, 9 to 10% extra. But luckily, because I had the stamp stock that also went up by that amount, I had to then interrogate some of my suppliers of stamps to say, I need 11p stamps or anything that makes 11p. Do you have any of these? Because you can't go to the post office and buy them, because they might only have, we've got 31p stamps. Well, that's not any good to me. I need 1,000 of them. We might be able to order them. I don't care. I need them now. So I just reach out to eBay sellers that, like I say, it's like Zane says, you've got to know your contacts. You build up a repertoire of the people that supply the stuff that you need all the time. If you need stationery, find out where your cheapest stuff comes from that's of a decent enough quality for you to use them all the time, ask them all the time. Your suppliers, ask them all the time, what have you got coming up next? I want to be the first people to sell this. What deals can you do me if I buy in bulk? How much is it going to cost me? Postage is the same. Find out what the best postage is. Every single fee that you have, you've got to track. You don't have to, but you'll be more successful and profitable if you do.
Or you move to higher margin stuff.
Higher margin stuff pays for itself. You don't have to worry so much for it.
So, now at the minute, I'm buying 45 kilo bales of clothing. There's more prep work involved in getting them ready for listing, but the margin is just so much better.
But that's the trade-off, isn't it? The trade-off is, if you enjoy doing the type of work that we do, you have to enjoy being able to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be a big chore.
There's like nothing pleasant in like getting dirty clothes and having to clean them, you know. But you enjoy the item itself, and
particularly when you're selling like stuff which is going to be like a one-off listing, and all the efforts have to go inside one listing. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to work on less margin. But if it's a one listing and then you have a regular quantity going out, then it's like a machine which will keep going. But if it's a one-off thing, you gotta work for the margin.
Like you say, when it's a machine, you must make sure that machine's working. Otherwise, if it fails, it's going to fail every time as well as it succeeds every time. You have to make sure.
We actually start the machine, and then machine decided if it will work or not. And sometime it works, sometime it doesn't. But we just have to keep on trying it.
The best thing ever is when you got a multi-quantity item, you get that first sale in, because then that eBay are going to push it, and you'll start getting more sales.
This is a problem with this stupid lady. No one's bought one yet. Once it's sold, I can start fiddling with a listing, and it'll tickle the rest of it. But I'm used to this because I went into Frozen figures a while ago. I bought a hell of a lot of those when Disney Plus first went live back in March. I realised that most of my Lego stuff was male child orientated. So so I'm missing half of the demographic here, aren't I? I'm missing the girlies. So I thought, well, I may go into the Frozen, and that maybe that'll attract some sales. It trickles sales in, but they are selling. It's like this Wonder Woman that started streaming about 3-4 weeks ago. So I thought I'd get a load of stock in of that, but nothing's shifted yet. But I'll just need tweaking. It will. It's like Zane was saying. Once you sell, something, or once you sell 1 or 2 and it's picked up, once you realize it's been picked up, then you can start doing some action about it.
Normally, once we do the product on eBay, like I start with the lower price. So once I have a little bit sales history for not for all the items, but sometimes we do that. So we start with the lower price, and once we have a sales history behind it, we
put
the price up.
High profit on it, even if your profit margin is dropping to 80% on it or something, just get it started, get it on the track. I did this with a lot of my top selling custom figures. Is I noticed some of them were just flying out. I couldn't order the stock in time. Even if doesn't matter how much stock I ordered, it just sold. So I thought I'd have to slow the sales down, so I put the price up, and it still sold. And I think I want to win it here, except I wasn't because I couldn't get the bloody stock. I ran out of stock for about 2 or 3 weeks. I was gutted. Oh, I could have made several hundreds of pounds on if I had that still in stock. But you don't know.
No. That's the
some
thing.
Some stuff flies out the door the moment you get it. Some stuff just sticks. And you just have to work at it all.
There's been so many times like where with retail arbitrage, I picked up like a few items just to try them out, and they've sold like I've gone back to buy more, and it's just somebody else has already cleared the shelves, and you're like, why didn't I just buy all of them? But there's been other times where
you clear the shelf and it won't ship.
Yeah,
you can barely make your money back. Well,
like with menopause pills.
Yes.
Don't buy menopause pills.
I think you gotta go now.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed. 1 o'clock in the morning. But Zane, Phil, it's been a pleasure to have you both with us tonight. And thank you to Bobby for joining us as well. He's probably still listening while he's photoing. So and thank you everyone in the chat for joining us.
I mean, thank you so much for having us. Really,
pleasure. Welcome back any time. And I'm looking forward to watching some of your videos as well. I might pop one on when I'm in bed. I can't believe I've not come across them before, but there you go.
Don't get too harsh on me in the comments, because the videos are intended for a YouTube audience. Like, it's just to give you like you know what I mean anyway. So
yeah, don't worry. I rarely ever comment on video. If you get a comment from me, you're doing something well.
I mean, this is my first like a live with anyone. Like, I never really have.
Sorry, only my second.
Yeah, I mean, I really spend time on social media, so I actually spend more time making content as compared to actually watching content. So it's but I mean, nowadays we got nothing really, I mean, to do. So it's really good to hang out, talk to other people, know how they are doing, what they are doing.
This has been a message across a lot of live streams. There's been a hell of a lot, especially in the last couple of weeks. People are just fed up. They just want to talk to people, and this type of platform across, well, regardless of what you're interested in, it's just a way to reach out, and you're able to talk to someone else without having to wear a goddamn mask.
I resent this comment, Tea Cakes. I did a wholesale clothing unboxing the other day where I spoke a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I have not been.
Go on.
The reason I not been really coming on in a lot of shows and everything as well. Like, sometimes it feels like you were going for, trying to promote your channel and all that kind of stuff. So I better stay like an unknown, like just I like to stay quiet.
You promote your channel away. That's
I was like that all last year. And this year's resolution, if you like, is be a bit more active. If someone says, "Oh, will someone come on?" I'll go, "Oh, okay, then I'll press the button." Why not?
Bloody hell! I'm not sure if Polashek's being serious, right? So Polashek never ever like compliments anyone, and I don't know if he means that he subscribes here, but if he does, this is high praise. Like,
Thank you so much.
Has never complimented me. The compliment I get is that Polishek still watches me.
Okay, well, the thing is, like, he might hang with you and watch you for 5 hours, and that really have to be a stronger connection as compared to me, where you might couple of video and then you say, okay, well, I'm just gonna go to sleep now. So it's at the end of the day, look, making a connection with the community is most important thing, and you have to really make them feel like part of your journey as well. The channel comes and go, money comes and go. The relationships has to be stronger with the people. The sense of community have to be stronger with the people.
Absolutely. And this is very much a community, as I'm sure everyone will agree. Thank you, Dixon.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I will go to bed as well. And any time.
Enjoy your travel lodge as well, there, Phil.
Oh, it'll be lovely. I'll listen to all the beggars and the electric scooters going past the window.
Yeah, good luck.
And I'll look at 3 hours to see if my van's been broken into.
You'll be fine.
It's a lovely area. This is.
Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Take care, folks.